And let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our resource persons. For the third public hearing on the mother tongue-based multilingual education implementation, we would like to acknowledge our resource persons. From the Department of Education, we have Director Laila P. Ariola, Ms. Daisy Asuncion Santos, Ms. Rosalina Villaneza, Ms. Ayat Ferriols, Ms. Maria Lori Victor, and Mr. Gaudencio Luis Serrano. From the DepEd Cordillera Administrative Region, we have the Regional Director, Dr. Estela Carino, and Ms. Rosita Agnasi. From the Commission sa Wikang Filipino or KWF, we have the Chairman, Dr. Arthur P. Casanova, together with Mr. Jomar Caniega and Mr. Patrick Brian Ablaza. From the Philippine Institute for Development Studies or PIDS, we have Dr. Maria Cristina F. Epetia, Research Fellow. From the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations or COCOPEA, we have Dr. Edison A. Fermin and Attorney Christine Carmina R. Manaog. From the Movement for Safe and Equitable Relevant Education or SECURE, we have Professor Maria Mercedes Arzadon together with Dr. Ricardo Maria Duran Nolasco, Dr. Liza Martinez, Dr. Gregorio Del Pilar, and Mr. Antonio Igcalinos. From SIL Philippines, we have Ms. Maria Cecilia Osorio Van Zante and Ms. Reen Jean Fe Gonzalez. From the Teachers Dignity Coalition, we have Mr. Benjo Bazas together with Ms. Olivia de Guzman and Mr. Raymer Tianella. From the National PTA Philippines, we have Mr. Wilfredo O. Rodriguez. From the Philippine Statistics Authority, we have Ms. Jocelyn Abrenica. From the Philippine National Commission for UNESCO or PHNatcom/UNACOM, we have the Secretary General, Dr. Ivan Anthony S. Henares. From Cebu Normal University, we have Dr. Gino G. Sumalinog. From Guimaras State University Graduate School, we have Dr. Rosario P. Alberto. From the Ateneo de Manila University, we have Professor and former President Father Bienvenido F. Nebres. From the U.S. Agency for International Development or USAID Philippines, we have Dr. Monica Ang Tan and Ms. Ina Aquino. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ComSec. Today, this is the third hearing on the topic of mother tongue, and today we'll be discussing 5 items on the agenda. Number 1 is PS Resolution number 5. And let me just read it for the record. Resolution directing the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Arts and Culture to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the status of the implementation of the K-12 law for the purpose of crafting policy recommendations and initiating complementary and amendatory legislation to further strengthen the law and ensure its effective and efficient integration into the Philippine basic education system to provide quality education and achieve global competitiveness. And we'll be focusing on the concept of mother tongue and its implementation for this PS resolution. And then another item on the agenda is the transmitted House Bill. This is House Bill number 6717, and the title is An Act Suspending the Implementation of the Use of Mother Tongue as the Medium of Instruction for Kindergarten to Grade 3, provided under Section 4 of Republic Act number 10533, otherwise known as the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. And another item on the agenda is the privilege speech that was given by yours truly, observations on the implementation of the mother tongue-based multilingual education, theory versus implementation. And this is the third hearing on the said topic. And as you can see, we've been really taking a lot of time to elicit comments, feedback, as well as go deeper into the detail in the theory and the implementation of mother tongue. There's a proposal to suspend it via the House bill. And I know that this will be a far-reaching, the suspension will have far-reaching effects. So that's why we've been taking a lot of time in terms of analyzing, looking at all the researches, looking at all the pieces of evidence, as well as getting comments from our resource speakers. We have curated the selection of our resource speakers, making sure that they are experts in their field, so that we will get comments that are based on evidence, based on research, not just purely motherhood statements. So it's easy to make motherhood statements. Anyone can make motherhood statements. But for this purpose, because there's a proposal to suspend it, we want to look at the science behind those statements and also the research behind those statements, so that if ever whatever actions that we'll make, whether to carry the House bill or not, it will be based on research and evidence. So that is the logic why we are taking a lot of time in terms of conducting this hearing. So with that, again, thank you very much for your time, and I really appreciate your presence here, especially on a Monday morning. Normally, Monday is a worst time to conduct hearings because everyone is still quite has a hangover from the weekend. But thank you very much for coming over and participating in this hearing. So today I know that we didn't cover everyone, no, last time, because we have a lot of resource persons that we invited, and we tried to make it as exhaustive as possible, no, so that we will not be, so that we will hear everyone and we will cover every educated comment as possible. I know that we still have some people to listen to, but I just want to start off today with some basic elements, and would like to direct my questions to the DepEd. Uh, like I said during the last hearing, we want to look at the basics first, no? And I really believe that without understanding the basics, without knocking down the intricacies of the basics, or knocking down the basic elements, especially the intricacies of implementing the mother tongue, it's very difficult to move forward, and it's very difficult uh, to um, to make recommendations. So we want to go into some basic concepts, no? And I went through the transcripts of the discussions in the K to 12 law. This is during, I think, between 2013 to 2000, sorry, 2010 to 2012. No? So I went through the transcript. I looked at all the mentioned researches, mentioned basis, and I also read some of the researches myself. No? So I want to ask the DepEd, being the chief implementer of the mother tongue, and of course, the DepEd is mandated to implement it because it's in the basic education law, no, RA 10533. So I just want to ask DepEd to walk us through the basis on why we implemented the mother tongue, and bearing in mind that prior to this, we had a bilingual policy in terms of medium of instruction. And that was a shift in 2009 through DO 74. No? So, and the DO 74 also mentioned a lot of different researches there. No? So, walk us through in the discussion of the K to 12 law. No? Because the K to 12 law is very explicit in terms of the use of mother tongue as MOI. So walk us through what is the basis, what are the researches behind those bases, what are the pieces of evidence that the DepEd used, because at that time it was DepEd also who recommended, no, to use the mother tongue. So so that we will capture that on record, no, and revive our memory. Maybe some of you were there during the discussion. Maybe some of you weren't not. No, we're not in the discussion. So it's better to revive that discussion again. No, to go back into the basics on why the DepEd recommended that method. So who wants to go first, Director Ariola or Miss Villaneza? Dr. Villaneza.
Share mo yung presentation.
Okay.
Shall I share my presentation or just
Yeah,
read it?
yes, go ahead. If you have a presentation to that effect, we'll be
This is the
more than happy
presentation I
to,
presented to
receive
the
it. And
Senate.
we'll recognize first the presence of our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Can I?
Guide us to, and again, refresh our memory on how we arrived in recommending the mother tongue and even embedding it into the law. No, it's really it's one of those. The mother tongue is enshrined in the law, and it's mandated for the department to use. But
Can I-
there must be some recommendations and also some studies and evidence that made DepEd recommend to enshrine it in the law. Typical methods, strategy in law, no? Because
Can I?
all of these things are very dynamic. It can change over time. No? Theories, understandings, concepts typically change over time. So typically, pedagogy is not written in law, but in this particular case, it's enshrined in our law. No? So we want to understand how come, no, the DepEd recommended that, and what is the science behind it.
Email, Mr. Chair, may we request an email ad from
Yes, go
Secretary?
ahead. Go ahead.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you use the mic, Dr. Villanueva.
This is my original presentation during a Senate hearing to convince the Senate on the mother tongue-based multilingual education. This is long time,
This is what year?
2010, 20, hindi,
This is the height
10 years
of
ago.
the discussion on
Yes.
K to 12 law. No?
yes, this is the time when we were convincing the Senate.
Seem like you did a good job convincing. So it's enshrined in the law, so everyone was convinced. So go ahead, Dr. Villaneza.
Presentation, Mr. Chair. So we're requesting for
So
an email.
preliminaries, ano? In definition. Preserve niyo ho yan. No? Yan yung presentation na nakumbinsi sa 24 senators na ilagay po sa batas. No. Dapat ilagay niyo sa museum yan, Dr. Villaneza. Yung mic.
Ibigay mo sa akin na lang.
Are we ready,
Send na po, ma'am.
Comsec?
Send na po. Anong year pa ito? Matagal na ito. Hindi ko nalagyan ng date.
So this is year 2010,
Yes po.
during the height of the discussion on K to 12, correct?
Yes po.
Okay.
Hindi yan. Yung galing sa akin.
Sulong edukalidad kay Secretary Brion.
Kindly consider, Secretariat, the presentation sent to you by Dr. Villaneza. I think this is the one coming from Luis. Check mo.
Updated na kasi yan, may implementation na. Ito talaga yung original na plano.
Send niyo sa email, ma'am.
Comsec, do you have?
Opo.
Did you
Yung
get?
sinend ko. Yung from me, ma'am.
Baka nasa spam. Check your spam.
Nasa spam.
Yeah. Session suspended. Dr. Villaneza.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Pimentel, and of the rest.
2010 ho to.
Okay.
Okay.
If you notice, sir,
Museum na ito, ma'am. Even in PowerPoint is...
head pa ako ng National English Proficiency Program dyan. Kaya English ako noon. Okay, so in this presentation, I discuss about the what, why, and how of mother tongue. I just want to make it clear that mother tongue MTB-MLE is not just about mother tongue. It is about the first language or the mother tongue and additional languages. Kaya nga sinasabing mother tongue base. Magsisimula lang siya sa mother tongue, pero the goal really is towards multilingual because Philippines is a multilingual country. Learners begin their education in the language they understand best, which is their mother tongue, and develop a strong foundation. Yun ang pinaka-purpose and the definition of mother tongue. Another is that to develop appropriate cognitive and reasoning skills. Kaya po ako na-convince kasi cognitive po yung thinking skills ng bata. And remember, we're talking about a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, and an 8-years-old kids dito. This is not about us. This is about a young children who are just developing their foundational skills. And of course, the reasoning skills. Ito po yung number one na 2 major reasons why I was convinced. Kasi hindi po nakakapagsalita ang bata eh. Wala pong facility sa language. Kaya hindi sila nakakapag-reason out. Hindi din sila nakakapag-isip because brain knowledge is telling us that the brain is related to speech. We think in the way we talk. Kaya kahit sabihin pa natin magaling tayong mag-English, pero pag nabigla tayo, ang sagot talaga natin is ang ating first language kasi doon tayo nag-iisip. Kaya yun po ang dahilan. Then, it is a structured program of language learning and cognitive development, providing a strong educational foundation in the first language, successful bridging to 1 or more additional languages, enabling the use of both all languages for lifelong learning. It is based on the child's unknown environment and bridges to the wider world, which is, also bells known to unknown. Then, another is to maintain local language and culture while providing national, international language acquisition and instruction. Kaya siya, MTB, MLE. We have to start from where the children are, but our goal is really for them to be multilingual. Promotes learners' integration into the national society without forcing them to sacrifice their linguistic and cultural heritage. Okay, then it's a meaning-based education, enables students to learn well because they understand what the teacher is saying. Using the culture of the child's knows enable immediate comprehension. Tama po ito. Kasi ang problema po natin, kung gagamitan natin ng ibang lengguwahe, hindi po nila naintindihan, lalo na po sa literacy. Kasi sa literacy po, decoding, language comprehension, and reading comprehension. So kahit po turuan siya ni teacher na mag-decode, sabi niya, cat. Pero po, pag hindi niya alam ang lengguwahe, wala pa ring reading comprehension. In the same way, kung alam niya yung lengguwahe, hindi din siya tuturo ang mag-decode, wala ding reading comprehension. Ang advantage kasi sa mother tongue, automatic. Pag sinabi nating pusa, alam ng bata, sa bahay pusa. Kasi kahit simpleng cat lang yon, cat. Kung hindi naman alam ng bata kung ano yun, wala pa rin. Pero pag nabasa niya ang word na pusa, bingo. Hindi na kailangang ipaliwanag ni teacher kasi alam ng bata yon. That's part of the child's oral vocabulary. And then, using the culture of the child's knows enables immediate comprehension. Tapos ko na pala ito. Reading in the mother tongue enables immediate comprehension. Yun na po yung sinabi ko kanina. Once we learn to read, we never have to learn again because we only learn to read once. Kahit po anong lengguwahe yan, minsan lang po tayong natututong magbasa. Sinubukan ko po ito sa klase nung pumasok ako. Sinulat ko po yung sentence na I once lived in a palace. Na-decode po ng bata. Pero ang decoding niya, siyempre based on the mother tongue or the Filipino. Kasi syllabic po tayo. Ang English is 95% phonetic. Sabi po ng bata, I once lived in a palace. Na-decode ng bata. Kulang na lang siya sa children in English. We don't say this as once. But kasi nga, ito yung sinasabi, we only learn to read once. Okay, then the why. Bakit po mother tongue base? Okay? Nung time na yon po, insufficient mastery of basic competency due to congested curriculum. High school graduates lack basic competencies and maturity. Other countries view the 10-year educational cycle as insufficient. On pa po, ito na po yung status, elementary and secondary. We need to address the poor academic performance of students. Kung titingnan po ninyo, ito yung sinasabi ko sa teacher. We should not be happy. Nasabihin natin, region namin is number 1. But the target of DepEd is 75% mastery. Pero tingnan nyo, hindi naman na-master. 68 lang percent at ito 45, 47. That time yun po 2005 to 2010. Not po ang gibasehan ko. Tapos sa international indicator, ito yung teams po. Nandoon po tayo sa baba. Noon pa yun. So what do we know? What we already know? The most important single factor influencing learning is what the learners already know. Ascertain this and teach them accordingly. That's according to Oswell in his meaningful learning theory. The next is, it takes children about 12 years to gain the level of proficiency in their L1 that will enable them to continue developing their language for the rest of their lives. 12 years po, L1 pa lang yun. Kaya yung ibang countries, ganun. Kung makikita natin, hindi naman sila magaling mag-Ingles, pero magaling sila mag-isip. Yun po ang kailangan. Doon po ako nakumbinsi. Children and adults at least 2 years to gain the basic level of proficiency in that language will enable them to use it for everyday communication. And if they do not hear that L2 outside the classroom, it takes much longer. Paano po yung bata na hindi na-expose sa English? Paano? DepEd po tayo, hindi po tayo pwedeng mamili ng estudyante. Kahit po nasa malayong lugar, kailangan po natin silang turuang matuto. Then, it takes them 5 to 7 years to develop a level of academic proficiency. Use it to learn abstract concept. And if they don't have good L1, L2, L1 teaching, they will not ever gain academic proficiency. Okay, ito. At ang sabi ko nga, DepEd cannot do this alone because it takes a village. We have relevant and quality education. Learners are enjoying relevant and quality education which support their home language and culture. Learning outcomes are improved. Philippines is succeeding in its goal for education for all. So ito po, panahon pa po ito ni English well, connected, learn Filipino well to connect to the cultural heritage. Ito po, DepEd Order 74. Constitution Article 14, Section 7, then Republic Act 1880, yung ECCD law, then the FIMGD goals, and BESRA 3, at yung Gunigondo Bill. Long time pa yun. So what are the 4 aspects of development? Sorry po, mangarte pa ito. So the first one is language development. Students will establish a strong educational foundation in the language they know best. They will build a good bridge to the school language, and they will be prepared to use all of their languages for success in school for lifelong learning. Cognitive development begins at home and at birth. School activities will engage learner to move well beyond the basic question of law. What, when, and where skills in the learner's L1. This higher order thinking skill to the other languages once enough Filipino or English has been acquired to use these skills in thinking. Be used in the process of acquiring English effectively. Academic development. Students will assist in its subject areas, and at the end of the program, they will be prepared to enter an education system. For sociocultural development, language and culture, and respect the languages and culture of others. They will be prepared to contribute productively to their own community and to the larger society. The result We will have a multilingual, multiliterate, and multicultural learner. Ito po yung children ka who speak the school language, diretso po yon. Pero paano po yung mga bata na hindi ginagamit o walang alam sa lengguwahe ng school? So yun po, nahihirapan sila. So kailangan po natin silang i-bridge. So we use the Iloilo experiments. Kaya pala siguro, mahirap talaga. Kasi hindi sila nagsasucceed, kailangan lang talaga ng tapang and strong conviction that this is the way to go. Kasi 1948 to 54 pa pala, meron ng resulta. Then we have the second Iloilo language experiments from 1961 to 1964. Rizal experiment from 1960 to 19 bridging transition 1986 to 1993. Then we have the lingua franca education, the pilot study from 1999 to 2002. Yung ginamit ang Tagalog, Hiligaynon, Cebuano, and Ilocano. And there's an attempt to bridge mother tongue to Filipino and English. Then the Lubuagan experiment implemented by Summer Institute of Linguistics. Alam natin naman ito lahat. Then children who begin school in the first language with bridging to two school languages were significantly more competent in all areas of study than their counterparts. Next, outperform English-taught students in reading and in math and social studies, learn to read more quickly and learn better in math and science. Were observed to be actively participating in different classroom activities, and dropout rate and repetition rates decreased. How? Paano po namin ito i-implement? So MTB for relevant and cultural education for all. Our desired impact is learners are enjoying relevant and quality education which supports their home languages and culture. Learning outcomes are improved countrywide and the Philippines is succeeding in its goal for education for all. Ito po yung mother tongue. So kung titingnan nyo, kagaya start with where they are. And we will just only use that as a bridge. Kaya po K to 3. Then, ultimately, they'll be multilingual. Away with English, hindi po siya doing away with Filipino. In fact, English is also considered as one of the mother tongue. The right steps. So we have a national strategic planning for countrywide implementation. We have a draft in 2005 participated by 60 plus, and most of these people. Then we have the final strategic plan in 2010. So these are areas for the component of MTB-MLE strategic plan. So social preparation, pre-service, policy development, assessment, materials development, and service training. So our social preparation, so these are the things that we have. International Mother Tongue with 171 talaytayan, production of MLE primer lessons and brochure, first Philippine MLE conference held in 2010, attended by 1,000 participants in West Visayas University, education stakeholders forum at Ateneo de Zamboanga, Cabicol, division-based, mother tongue-based, multi-celebration, other region and division initiative. We work with and the Summer Institute of Linguistics. So for in-service training, this is our framework, and these are what we have done so far. We have a 1-month training for 50 teachers from Luzon, Visayas region at the University of the Philippines College of Education in 2010. Then I, with 10 others, went for a 1-month training in Payaf University, Thailand in September 2010. Then so after that, we have a phases of training. We have phase 1, a 10 days phase 1 training. Then they'll implement, followed by another 10 days, phase 2, they implement, and we bring them back, phase 3 and phase 4. So we have 4 phases of training. Then we have region, division-initiated trainings, or the rest of the divisions and the regions conducted their own training. Then TAI and local government initiative trainings, MTBML region-wide training of teachers by national trainers with school managers, so 120 per region. And we have the summer 2011, which is ongoing that time. Then we have materials development. We already have started developing these materials, and all these regions have already their initiative on producing big books and small books. Then with nationwide initiated Write Shop on materials development, graded reading big books in 15 languages. That time, then we have the plus 18 Yakan Chabacano Maguindanao. Then even before we have Manobo, Sambal, Maranao, and Tiboli. Then we have the adapted curriculum. Those lesson exemplars. Then primer lessons, we started with 15 languages, and these are the example. Then we have pre-service teacher education partnership with Philippine Normal University, University of the Philippines, West Visayas City, Ateneo State University, and of course, Bicol University, Legazpi. And the summer training for the teachers education, TAIs, at the CHED conference in April 2011. Then policy development, of course, we have DepEd Order 60, addendum to DepEd Order 36, issuance of DepEd Order 74, then the MLE Country Strategic Plan, local policies, we have the Pangasinan Provincial Board, they have their own, Region 2 also, Naga City. This is the time when the different local governments also manifest their support to the implementation of the mother tongue-based multilingual education. Then for assessment and monitoring, DepEd National Education Testing Center, they already have started doing the 8 major languages. And then we have a research on MTB being prepared, then that language mapping. And this is where we showed how the language transition should happen. So you will see in in kindergarten, all mother tongue. Then in grade 1, mother tongue for the rest of the learning areas and mother tongue as a subject, then Filipino oral and English oral. Grade 2 is the same, but we have already listening, speaking, reading, writing, and viewing. And for English, already there's listening, speaking, writing, and viewing. Then of course, transition. So you will notice that there will already be Filipino and English, all for listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Po hanggang sa grade 4 transition period na po yun. Yun po ang design. Then how mother tongue will bridge learning. Primary medium of instruction for all preschool subject, use L1 in empty subjects, math and education packet and the rest. Strongly scaffold English and Filipino as MOI in grade 4. Language, art, culture subject from grade 4 to high school. To strengthen literacy in L1, develop awareness on local sociocultural concern, address learning difficulties in classes with L2 and L3 as medium of instruction. So ito po yung pinapakita namin. So if their first language is other, not the Filipino and English, so makikita nyo po, hindi po sa grade 3, nag-start na pong nagbi-bridge. So academic language and all the rest. Tapos, kung dito po ako na kasi tinatanong ko talaga yung NCR. Sabi ko, ma'am, bakit po ninyo sinasabi na ayaw ninyo sa mother tongue? Pareho po tayong grade 1 teacher. Aminin niyo po sa akin, talaga ba pong nagtuturo kayo ng lessons ninyo sa K-3 pag sinabing bilingual English lang and Filipino? Sabihin niyo po sa akin yung totoo, pareho tayong teacher. Siyempre tumatawa sila. Kasi sabi ko, in doing mother tongue, we are legalizing what you had been doing. Kasi talagang nagtuturo kayo kasi hindi nga sumasagot ang bata. Hindi sumasagot, i-English ka doon. Tingnan nyo na lang, good morning, pinamemorize. Hindi pa tama. Good morning, visitors. Please come in. Please have a seat. Goodbye, visitors. Hindi pa nakapasok. Goodbye na. Kasi hindi na intindihan. Pinaparot. And I told them, why are you doing that? Ma'am, kung hindi namin sila turuan ng sagot, maybe they're open to me because they know that I am a teacher and I will always understand them. Kaya yung mga nag-observe ng classes, obserbahan po ninyo sa buong duration para makita ninyo kung paano po hirap ang teacher. At ang pinaka number 1 ko pong iniisip, kahit po sa higher grades, nakikita ko, hanggang doon lang sila sa understanding the text. Sabi ko, that is not what comprehension means. There are lots of skills in the comprehension like sequencing of events, noting details. Ma'am, hindi po kami umaabot doon kasi kailangan naming ipaintindi yung, because kulang nga sa facility ng language. Sabi ko, kayo, sinabi ko na sa training, ang Pilipino, pag yun na ang iyon na ang language ng bata. Yun na ang kanilang L1. Wala na. Sabi ni principal, kailangan pa naming magtagalog. Kaya sabi ng bata, kaninang it is in the policy. I know our policy is not perfect, but I know where we fail. And we need your support, Senator Win. Kung paano ma-strengthen ang implementation. See? Hindi na po dapat mag-Tagalog. Ang second language po nila is English. Then they will have sabi sa training. Pero hindi po yun. Okay? Sa policy and even in the policy. Then sinabi po, if their L1 is English, kasi maari pong mga 12 is Filipino. Nasa policy po yan. Prinesent ko pa yun ng una kasi nandun. Inulit po namin yan sa DepEd Order number 21 series of 2019.
Ma'am,
Yes po.
question. An individual can have English as L1.
Yes.
Pero community yata ito pinag-uusapan natin, di ba? So how, kunyari, a class of 40, 5 doon English ang L1 nila, but the 35, hindi. So, how should the teacher approach that? As a group, di ba?
We have a policy on that, Senator Coco. May policy kami na ganyan. So, ang basehan lang talaga ng principal is resulta ng language mapping. Kasi kailangan po, i-map ang lengguwahe ng mga bata. So, meron po kaming 5 options doon. Halimbawa po, ang isang school, meron siyang 3 sections ng grade 1. So, tapos nakita niya na meron siyang 3 different languages. So, igrupo po yung bata according to the language. Now, yun ang 5 po yun. Ang pinakalas na options doon, kagaya dito sa Manila, kasi melting pot po, di ba? Multilingual talaga yung bata. So ang sinabi namin doon is language of the community kasi hindi ka naman pwede po kasi very multilingual nga yung klase, diverse. So ang aming recommendation is to use the lingua franca. Usually pinipili nila is Tagalog. Siguro po sasabihin natin na hindi yon mother tongue. Pero po kung titingnan ninyo mas malapit yon sa kanilang lengguwahe kaysa pa-Inglesin natin sila. Yun lang po. At palagi nating iisipin na this is not about us. This is about a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, and an 8-year-old kids who are just developing their skills, who are just learning to develop their socio-emotional skills, and we don't want to alienate them. Yun po meron po tayo sa policy, options on how to do it. Pero basta ang last options po, kung talagang diverse, they will result to language of the community, lingua franca, which is for me, as an experienced teacher, better alienating the kids in the classroom. Kasi yung lingua franca po, yun po ang language ng community. Okay?
So sa terms Sa terminology po ninyo, ma'am, ano yung, kanyari, example natin, Manila, City of Manila. May mga Ilonggo nandito, may Cebuano nandito. Okay. Yung 5-year-old na kalilipat lang nila sa Manila, galing Cebu, mother tongue niya is Cebuano. Okay. But since studying in Manila, what do you call, anong language ng Manila? Tagalog, di ba? Or Filipino, which is basically, siguro, ang composition naman ng Pilipino, core niya, Tagalog eh. So, ano si Tagalog version of Manila? It is the lingua franca or anong tawag mo doon? Okay.
Yes po.
Mother tongue is Cebu. Ano, Cebuano dito will
Yun po ang strong. Doon po ang kanyang cognitive kasi mother tongue. Kaya nga po kung isa lang siya or dalawa siya doon sa nasagol in Bisaya, no, kay Bisaya din ako, na mix siya doon sa school na yon. Doon sa policy, nilalagyan talaga namin na assistance from the parents. Kasi halimbawa, hindi niya naintindihan kay Bisaya, 5 years old yun hindi niya naintindihan yung may term siyang hindi naintindihan. So, assistance from the parents is needed. Pero hindi po yun, ma'am, would you like to? So, yun po yung ano. So, basta tayo po, ang bata, kung anong strong language ng bata, yun po ang dapat nating gawin. Kasi para sa kanila po yung edukasyon, hindi po para sa atin. Ngayon po, kaya kami nag-provide ng provisions na kung sakali lang na hindi talaga pwede yung sectioning, kailangang tulungan ng parents. Kasi kawawa po talaga yung bata. Tingnan niyo po noon sa mga researches, ang dami pong nagda-drop out na early child. Tapos naalala nyo, yung bata, pag pinapapasok sa school, ginahabol pa hinahatid pa ng nanay, ginahabol pa ng palo. Kasi alienated ang bata sa school.
But that sectioning is for the purpose of transitioning
Yes po.
to the new reality.
Yes
na,
po.
kasi they've chosen to go to school in Manila.
Yes po.
Dapat ganun. Cebuano na maraming nagsasalitang Cebuano, maybe you can find as a teacher in the city of Manila na marunong mag-Cebuano.
Yes po.
But I will use the language or dialect of my mother, Sambal. Paano kung Sambal na lumipat dito? Nakasampu kayong batang Sambal. Hanap ka ngayon. Di ka na makahanap ng Sambal eh. So, parents. Pero
Parents.
dapat siguro to quickly transition na you have to adapt the language of the community where you're going to school.
Yes po.
Ganun ba? Is that,
Yes po.
is that very clear sa
Yes po. Senator Coco, madali po ang batang makatransition. Pero oral po yun. Di ba? Madali. Ilagay mo lang, kaya nga sinasabi nila, yung apo ko nga nagsasalita pa ng Spanish. Of course, kasi na-expose doon. Pero hindi po yun determining factor ng kanyang cognitive. Kasi ang pinag-usapan natin dito, thinking skills, cognitive. Sinasabi talaga ng brain analyst na kung paano yung salita mo daw yun.
Ang point ko
Kaya-
kasi, ang point ko, maybe it's, if just in case na ito yung nakikita ko na, if we expect a school in the city of Manila, which is predominantly Tagalog speaking or Filipino speaking, to adjust for 3 years and maintain classes in the mother tongue of students
Hindi
that
po.
you determine, that's, ano na yan, parang fantasy na po yan. So, Ano nga ang ginagawa? Ano nga yung reality natin na we are now faced with this reality? O ano yung parang compromise?
Yung sinasabi niyo po kanina na transition,
How long?
tinutulungan siya ng parents, ang bata. Oo, para
How long ang
mag-transition
expectation,
siya.
ma'am? Na
Para doon na siya sa...
how long ang expectation na si Cebuano speaking girl will now transition to Filipino?
Tagalog or
Oh.
Filipino.
How long?
Within the year po yun. Within the kasi sir, na-mix siya, di ba? So,
Na-mix-
40 nga bata.
Mm.
Tapos nandoon siya doon, 5 lang sila. So within the year, di ba ang gamit, ang suggestion, ang recommendation doon based on the policy is gagamit sila ng lingua franca. Ngayon, yung 5 bata na yun, transition yun ni teacher within the year kasi there's no way for them to go back to kasi wala namang 'di ba 5 lang sila hindi naman pwede impractical yun sa DepEd nagagawa siya ng klase para lang sa 5 bata 'di ba so yun kaya transition sa within the year with the help of the parents yan po ang nasa policy
Then pasok na sila ngayon dun sa
sa
pasok sila sa mother tongue pero nag-switch. Tama ba, ma'am? Ha? Mother tongue na nag-switch. Okay, sige.
actually sir kaya nga may proposal sila para wag daw L1 wag na
Pag may tawag.
wag nang mother tongue kasi L1 na lang, ma-confuse daw. Sige.
Kaya nga ako bumalik na nga ako sa terminology kasi confused.
Nakasabot ko.
May
Nakasabot ko.
naglingua franca ka pa. Wala naman dito sa reading
Nakasabot
materials
ko,
natin. So, siguro, ganun siguro.
Director
Kaya
Yala.
ayusin natin.
Ito yung sa
Sir, just to supplement what
Okay, so-
Chief Rose is saying, in classes where the learners speak different L1. So, as said earlier, it's actually, so if the majority of the learners speak, for example, Tagalog, and at least these 5 kids who are Ilonggos could partly understand at least Tagalog or Filipino, then it's the Tagalog that's going to prevail, and that's what we call the Lingua Franca. So that for that particular example, so it's a language that is commonly used and understood by the kids. So Chief Rose was right when you said that these kids, 5 kids, for example, are going to be supported by their parents to at least transition. So that if we speak of ang tanong, anong L1 ang ini-implement ng school? Ang L1 ini-implement po ng school, kung yung Tagalog ay considered na lingua franca, it's the Tagalog po na ini-implement. Para maging clear po yon. Para si bata, mabigyan po ng support for him to understand Tagalog. Na where possible din kung for example, if the teacher is also proficient in the language of the kids, then the teacher can still make use of the language of the kids. But we are also always hopeful that the parents will be providing the support. Thank you.
Dr. Rose, tapos na, are you done with your presentation? Sige, let's finish that and then we can...
It's
Oo.
more.
So that, sayang, ano na ito This presentation is antique.
Jurassic na ito.
And good for the museum.
Hindi ka nadala ko.
Lalagay natin sa National Museum ho yan.
Okay, so I end up with ito pa, first language, tapos kung sa Mindanao, Basilan, sorry. Tapos yung second to the last na po, third to the last. So other, especially in Mindanao, so they also learn Arabic language kasi nga doon sa mga asatids. Okay, then ito po yung time allotment na ginawa po namin. So mother tongue, 60 minutes, Filipino, oral, then English pa quarter ang Filipino, pero oral lang po. Kasi nga, can say, she can read it later. When we say read, this is not just decoding. This is reading with understanding. Kasi kaganyan, part na ng ang bata, palaging dinadala ng nanay sa McDo. So nakikita niya to, hindi pa yun reading ano lang yun. So McDo. So pag nabasa na niya ang word na McDo, automatic ang comprehension kasi part na yun ng kanyang oral vocabulary. Yun po yun. So ito po, then meron po kaming nilagay na sample class program for grade 1. I think yan na po yung end. Senator, Mr. Chair, if you won't mind, gusto ko lang sabihin ulit yung sinabi ko noon before I end, kung okay lang po sa inyo.
Go ahead po.
Ang sabi ko po noon, kasi ang tanong po sa akin, are we ready? Ang sabi ko po, when in the history of the Philippines that we are ready of anything? Kahit gaano pa po maganda yung preparation natin, hindi po tayo talaga maging ready. Ang next po na tanong sa akin, do we have enough resources? Sabi ko po, kailan din po sa history ng Philippines na ang resources natin ay enough? Wala po. Pero if you believe in what I have presented, if we join force together, ako, I don't expect even before my retirement na meron na siya. But if this is the right thing to do, let us do it now. Kasi kung hindi ngayon, kailan? Our learners cannot wait. We had been producing, alam nyo, nasasaktan ako kung nakikita ko yung mga teachers na kung ano yung nasa aklat. Father, sinusunod. Kasi wala eh. Pero hindi ko sila masisi. We were never trained to think. Sunod lang. Mag-multiplication table para may masagot. Before mag-ano, ipamemorize. Kasi nga kulang tayo sa facility of the language. And I'm saddened with that kind of reality. So, again, this is not for us. This is for K dito, pero dapat ang nasa puso natin na kailangang ma-develop ang kanilang thinking skills and reasoning skills. Sabi ko nga sa mga teacher, tingnan nyo kayo, nag-EMA kayo, marunong kayo, di ba? Pero hindi kayo nakasasagot kasi nagaganyan kayo. Bakit? Because we were never trained to talk. We never trained to reason out. Kahit sa ating parents, dapat sunod-sunod lang. We have to change. Everything is changing. The whole world is changing. Kung tayo dito, hindi tayo magbago. I am already 61 years old. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rose Villaneza, for those comments. Although I don't agree with your comments, I do agree. I do believe that in any endeavor we have to be ready. And that's why the Philippines probably is not progressing, because yung mentality natin is we can never be ready, we can never have enough materials. I think that's a bad mentality. At least kung hindi
Thank you,
man
sir.
tayo maging ready, we should have minimum compliance. Dahil kung ganung mentality natin, ang tawag sa atin halabira. Bira na lang tayo ng bira, bahala na. Actually, ayaw ko nga yung word na bahala na. That's a word that I really hate, yung bahala na. So, having said that, I heard Dr. Rose, you mentioned earlier that we have to always remember that we're doing this for the children. No? And you mentioned also that mother tongue is actually doing it for our learners. No? I think that's where yung theory of learner-centered approach, correct? But in my opinion, the implementation of the lingua franca is not what is for the learners. It's what's for the government, because that's convenient for us to implement. Because we know that we have 19 orthographies. We know that 19 is supposed to be manageable, but that's not the L1 of our learners. If you are going to implement a true learner-centered approach, no, yung sinasabi nyong let's put the learners at the center, then we have to stay true to the L1. But the lingua franca, the 19 languages, it's what's convenient for us as government, because we all know that implementing 184 languages or 200 plus based on the PSA is impossible it's impossible. So ang sinabi ng gobyerno, kung ano yung convenient sa atin, let's do it. And that's the 19. Because at that time, actually, at that time, you only had 12 orthographies. Nag-expand na lang yan over time to 19. So, because even at this point, it's convenient for us, not convenient for the learners. That is what my analysis is saying. Kasi if we are going to say what's convenient for the learners, put them at the center, then we should have already 184 orthographies by now, after 10 years. That is staying true to mother tongue. Correct? But I know it's impossible. You know it's impossible. Tama? And then babalikan nyo kami na hindi naman tayo magiging ready forever. No, hindi tayo magiging kompleto sa gamit forever. I think that's a disservice, to be honest about it. No, sorry to say that, but it's a disservice to our nation, disservice to our children, and disservice to our learners. No. At least naman may minimum compliance tayo kung hindi natin ma-achieve yung full compliance. And that's what I'm trying to figure out last time. Ano ba yung minimum compliance natin? What is the gauge of minimum compliance? Because based on the PIDS study, only 9% of our schools have complied with the 4 minima, which is the 4 minimum compliance. And I'll show you in your DO, no, in your implementing rules, yung DO
21?
21, that the compliance to the 4 minima is important. And then nakasulat doon yun. There are 2 things that you need to comply, the rapid assessment and the 4 minima. It's in your DO. No, I read it again over the weekend from cover to cover. No, so, but sabi ng PIDS, no, na only 9% of our school have complied with the 4 minima. So where is the minimum compliance there? Yun ang that's what I'm trying to reach. That's I'm trying to understand. No?
May I po?
Go ahead.
Okay. Una po is, yung dapat po balikan natin yung PIDS. Kasi hindi po school ang compliance. Dapat po sa language. Kasi language po ang pinag-usapan.
Sinasabi nila is, okay, ako school, I have detected 3 languages. I have to comply the 4 minima, correct? Tama?
Opo.
Diba? So I have 3 languages. I have to comply 4 minima of the 3 languages. Tama? But only 9% of those schools have complied the 4 minima on the languages that they have detected. That is andyan yung PIDS, diba? Tama ba? Can you...
The surveyed sample no for that study of the PIDS is the school. But the DepEd has a point there, no? For the 4 minima, among that 4, the responsibility of the schools are actually the production of the literacy materials. But for the rest of them, it's the responsibility of the DepEd as well as the other agencies, no, to comply with that 4 minima requirement. So what the PID study is saying is actually not inconsistent with DepEd is saying, no. Actually, in that PIDS study, it's not only the 19 official languages that were covered, no, by the surveyed schools. More than of the 19. Actually, in that study, 141, if I remember it correctly, 141 languages are actually used as mediums of instruction. Yeah.
Right, you're right. That's
yeah.
why. It's not inconsistent. The school detected different languages, and the requirement is to come up with 4 minima. And your survey is saying that only 9% of those schools complied, correct?
Yes, the school, no, but
Correct, the school.
I think what DepEd is trying to say, but I think DepEd would have to confirm what I'm saying as well. That the other requirements must be provided and supported by the DepEd itself and the other agencies, and not just by the schools. For example, the orthographies, I don't think that the schools themselves have the capacity, the teachers themselves.
But that's beside the point.
Yeah.
It's in your study. It is revealing that of those which claim to have implemented the program, only 9% have done for all 4. Correct? You interviewed the school.
The school level.
Correct.
Yeah.
They know what languages they should implement, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And they only 9% have complied on the 4 minima. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Correct. So that's what I'm trying to say. No?
Yes po, Mr. Chair, we
And to
understand.
be honest about it, when we also conducted our own nationwide consultation, a lot of the 2009 PID study is still relevant to date. And I'll show you the videos. No, confusion, lack of materials, and see, Dr. Carino can attest to that. No? So in other words, the 2019 study is still relevant to date. No, nothing has changed. No?
If you notice po, Mr. Chair, doon sa aming presentation last week, may presentation po kami na nagsasabi na yung IP meron ng 40, meron ng 70, at meron pang 20. Kaya kung titingnan po natin is 130 na po siya. Ngayon po, ang punto lang po natin is marami pong survey na nagsasabi na ito yung dami ng languages, ito yung dami ng languages. Ang una pong kailangang at least itong 130 na nasa pipeline na ng DepEd. Kasi hindi po natin yun pwedeng ma-address lahat. Una po, titingnan natin, yun bang languages na sinasabi nila living pa? At meron pa bang batang?
Not for us to.
Kaya nga po.
It's not for us to.
Ano nga yun namin
It's
po?
for you to. It's for you to answer that because
Yes
you're
po.
DepEd. You're implementing the mother tongue.
That is why, on the part of DepEd, now po we have on the pipeline 20, 70, and 40 plus. So that's 130 plus the original 19. So that is already more than almost 150. 149. Ang punto ko po, I will take your advice and I will take all your, DepEd will take your advice and take seriously of all those languages. It is for us to determine whether those that were said to be 200 plus, alin doon ang living. Another one is, do we have still speakers na K to 3? Kasi po kung wala na, mga older people kailangang isama sa MTBMLE. Kasi ang cover lang naman natin is the K to 3. So, talaga pong hindi kailangan namin, yun po ang trabaho na actually po, nagsimula na kami
Let's backtrack a bit, no? Let's before we let's talk about the basics first, no? You presented, so tayo, flashback, no? 2010, circa 2010. That was the presentation that you made. That was a presentation that convinced everyone to embed mother tongue in the law. Before I ask about the theory, since we're talking about implementation, I'll ask about the implementation. During that time, nakita ko meron kayong mga presentation of implementation. And during that time, we already know that we have 184 languages. No? Have you conducted any simulation, any research on how to smoothly implement the mother tongue as MOI and language in our country? We have to take note, tama ba? Prior to 2009, bilingual tayo, correct? So, alien sa atin ang mother tongue. Tama ho ba? Kanina, repeatedly, narinig ko kayo, I was convinced. So, before, hindi nyo rin alam ang mother tongue. Correct? So, I guess sometime through your research, because you're a professional teacher, you read the theories, you read literature, and you were convinced, no? And you backtracked your experience, and you were convinced, no? So we'll talk about the theory later, but we'll talk about implementation, no? So during that time, during the discussion of K-12, were there any simulation? Taking note that we have 184 languages in our country. And I'll take the SIL. Dito bang SIL? I'll take the SIL because I have high respects with SIL dahil talagang on the ground sila gumagawa ng research, no? And I've read their materials. So let's take 184. Gumawa ba ang DepEd or any implementing agency ng simulation kung paano i-implement 184 languages in our country? Did you do any simulation at that time? or any research at that time on the implementation process?
To be honest, Mr. Chair, we did not think about the more than 100, but we had been working with Summer Institute of Linguistics ever since, with Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino ever since. They help us with the orthography. When we started, I was told to start with the 12 major languages. And we found out, as I was telling, na that 12 major already, because it's very impossible to implement all those at a time. Actually, yung 12 nga, sobra-sobra na yun. Sa kadami ng dapat ihanda. So, I was told by like the people with me, Talaytayan and all those, that if we cover the 12, we already covered at least 85%.
And I'll challenge whoever made that comment. Okay, if you can show me research now na in 12 will cover 80%, I'd highly appreciate it. Because I have the PSA data and I'll challenge that. PSA to hindi census to, hindi ko inimbento to. This is census based So research na nagsasabi ang 12 or 19
19.
covers 80%, no? Maniniwala ako sa inyo kung mapapakita nyo ngayon sa akin. Sige. Sige pa, Ma'am Rose. Kasi you relied on people. I don't know who you relied on, no? But
Yes po.
yeah, I looked at the data. I don't see it. So show me now, or yung 19 covers, ano ba yun? 8. That says that right now.
We did our own survey. This is of the 19 and this is of the school children. At present ko po yun last time. Po, 76% lang ang nakasagot pa. Kasi ongoing po yun. 76%. Kasi nga, yun, I always listen to you and whatever it is, hinahanapan ko po ng ano. So, nakita po namin doon na 76% pa lang ang sumagot. Hindi pa nakasagot, meaning to say, hindi pa nakasagot lahat. Pero doon sa other namin, sinasabi na talaga doon na doon sa 76% na nakasagot, 85% na ang na-cover ng 19 languages. Dala po namin yung questionnaire doon. At yung sa presentation ko po, ano yun so doon po. Kasi imposible naman pong ma-cover lahat. At saka, for now, pero challenge ito talaga sa DepEd na alamin talaga kung alin doon yung, and I think Summer Institute of Linguistics presented last time na out of the 200 na sinasabi nila, 100 plus lang yung living. Yes. And you were telling us na meron kayong data. Kasi grabe yung survey na ginawa nyo.
Yeah, but let's go bang simulation na ginawa on implementation?
Yes po, meron. Pero not with that 100 plus po. Meron talaga kami based on the 12 then the 19. Kasi actually po, this was piloted in 870 schools bago pa yung DepEd order number 70.
But alam natin that there are 184 languages. The least that we should have done is to try to simulate the 184.
Hindi po namin.
Why did we limit ourselves initially? Because of that logic of it covers 80%. But can you show to us?
Puwera yun, sir. Pero ang ano talaga, ang hirap. Kasi ang daming...
Yeah, but alam natin mahirap na.
Mahirap.
But at least was there any formal study, no, na tinry natin to implement? Tapos and then the findings, mahirap, complicated, etc. Was there any study as in approach natin? Because I think what happened, nag-usap-usap na lang, sinabi nila mahirap . No? But was there any attempt to come up with a formal study so that us policymakers will see formally 184?
Yes.
Mr.
Sorry.
Chair,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, Ms. Dr. Nolasco. Meron ba?
To be honest po, hindi kami 100 plus. Doon lang po kami nag-focus.
And then
Ball.
okay, so we didn't do any simulation for 184. Did we? Now we did some. You said you did some simulation on the 12 languages. Meron ba tayo
Yes
ganun?
po, yes po.
Pwede nyo bang ipakita ngayon? Can you show to us what was the findings of that simulation and research?
Sir,
Or
pero hindi
research,
po
any
siya.
research. What is the finding for the
Hanapin ko
12?
lang po. Opo. Hanapin ko
Meron
po.
ba tayong ganun?
Hanapin
And then can you show us also how the 12 languages that covers supposedly 80% of the population, what is the basis for that? Meron ba tayong ganyan?
survey po, yung survey namin.
Which is, can you
That's
show us the
okay.
survey?
Oo. Sige po.
Sige, while you're looking for it, Dr. Velasco, go ahead po.
Mr. Chair, I was the head of the Commission sa Wikang Filipino noong 2008, and I distinctly remember yung mga sa MTB MLE, no? Pero para masagot po yung inyong question about the languages generally spoken at home, SA at ang lumalabas po rito, with your permission, ang Tagalog po represents 39.8% of the total number of households. Pag tiningnan po natin yung 5 groups, that's Tagalog, Bisaya, Hiligaynon, Ilocano, and Cebuano, they already constitute 76 households. Pag tiningnan po natin yung 12 groups, kasama na po ang Waray, Kapampangan, etc., 90.1% na po.
What's that? Anong basis yan?
PSA po ito.
Anong year?
2000, latest, 2010.
I'll show you it to you. I'll have paki-flash.
Ito po yung mga household permission, pwede po naming ibigay sa COMSEC itong data na po na ito.
Ito po yung with the help of PSA, we got this number. Okay. Yung top 19 languages, no? Of the Philippines, ito yun, no? And if you compute the top 19, that's 95%. Okay? 95%. There are two observations kami nakita dito. Yung blue, inaka-blue, Bohol, Masbateño, Cancanae, is included in the top 19, but is not included in the DepEd selection. So if we're talking about the top 19 languages of the country, hindi nasali yung Bohol, hindi nasali Masbate, hindi nasali yung Cancanae. So in selection pa lang ng top 19, I'm already questioning. Because if you're saying the top 19, then dapat sinali natin Bohol, Masbateño. Masbate talaga, iba ang Masbate, ha? Iba yan, ha? It's ibang lengguwahe talaga yan. That's number one. Okay? Number two, there's an inherent flaw andito ba yung PSA? May inherent flaw dito sa data na ito, eh. Ang Bicol hindi naka-disaggregate. Ang Cebuano hindi naka-disaggregate. Ang Bisaya hindi naka-disaggregate. And we all know, ang Bicol, we have how many? 12 to 13 Bicolano. Different languages. Different languages. Kasi tinatanong sa open-ended to, tama? Tinanong kasi sa mga Bicolano, anong lingwahe ang ginagamit mo sa bahay? Bicol. Hindi naman nila in-identify kung Naga Bicol or ano iba-ibang ano ng Bicol. It's a Rinconada Bicol. That's what I understand from PSA. Nakabuo siya eh. So, and we all know ito ang Bicol, no? This is a language map of Bicol. May Central Bicol, Partido Bicol, South Catanduanes Bicol. So my point there is, pinili natin Bicol as part of the 19, but we all know that's inaccurate because there are 13 different variations of Bicol. No? So in other words, in the selection of the 12 is already flawed.
KWF po. It's the KWF yung previous ano ang nag-recommend ng 12 first.
Yeah, but kung ito yung basis, alam ko yung basis, ito yung naging basis. Ipagpili pa lang is na Boholano, Masbateño, Kanay, which is in the top 19. And at the same time, we never endeavor Binisaya because there are ang dami niyan, ang dami. That's my point. No?
Mr. Chair, pwede pong makatigot.
Yes, go ahead. So, Dr. Nolasco, you've been cited a few times. No?
Na-confirm po namin dun sa PSA person na we're talking about the same data. No? Tama po kayo na yung 5 groups already binubuo po niya 76%. No? At 12 groups comprising 90% of the total, 21 groups comprise 95%. Ngayon gusto ko pong magkomentaryo dun sa mga iba't ibang grupo kasi dito sa listahan ng PSA, hiniwalay po nila yung Bisaya at dun sa Cebuano and Boholano at mga iba pang tinatawag na macro groups na Bisaya na which should not be. Dahil kami po, no, I'm from the department. Makikita po ninyo yung mutual intelligibility criterion, yun po yung mapagpasya. Ang ginawa po ng PSA, no, ang dami po mga dialects na mutually intelligible na dapat sinasama lamang po sa iisa po. Kaya yung Kanab, atong Bulanon, atong sa Surigao, no? Yung marami po sa kanila ay mutually intelligible and should be considered as one speech variety. Ang ikalawa po, totoo pong maraming mga languages sa Pilipinas, pero ang importante po rito, yung degree of mutual intelligibility ang dapat maging batayan sa paggawa po ng mga materials. Kasi imposible pong makover lahat ng mga dialects sa bilang po ng 400 na mga dialects po na yan. Ang amin po, para maging reasonable, ginagawa po namin, sinasubgroup po namin yung mga languages para makita po yung at saka similarity. Ito po ang mas, palagay po namin, mas reasonableng batayan sa paggawa po ng mga materyales.
Well, hindi ho yan, Dr. Nolasco, yung nangyayari on the ground. No? There are two issues here. No? First, yung mga lengguwahe na consider natin top 19, hindi ho nakasama. No? For example, ang Ibanag, no? Hindi ho nakasama. No? Kasama siya yung Boholano, Masbateño, and Kankanae, hindi ho nakasama. That's number one. And then number two, on the ground, hindi ho yan ang sinasabi. No? Marami sa ating mga guro. Ako, nagulat ho ako nung nasa Davao po ako. Sinasabi nila na ang Cebuanong Binisaya is iba sa Davao Bisaya. No? And hindi po nanggaling ho sa akin yan. I was surprised to hear that. And maybe Senator Pimentel can share because he's a Bisaya speaker. And at the same time, ang third, itong data from PSA is also flawed in a sense na hindi siya naka-disaggregate. Tama? Ma'am Jocelyn? Lalo na yung Binisaya.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, maybe I use a very harsh word, no? It's not flaw. Erase the flaw. It's incomplete, no? Because it's not disaggregated. No, I'm sorry to use the word flaw, no? Because this is census, so they report what they see. But it's incomplete because as far as I know, the questions are open-ended. Correct?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Attached to the PR na what the maybe our co-resource speaker referred to earlier, the top we have the detailed list of the dialects spoken at home. So from there, doon po nanggagaling yung 250 captured dialects spoken at home by the source from the 2020 census. So yung is from the na lang press release po, the top 10 spoken.
Yeah, but ito hong nasa slide, hindi ho naka-disaggregate yung Bicol, correct? Tama po ba?
Doon po sa mahabang listahan po, parang doon po makikita po yung mas detailed na dialects po, yung mas marami pong dialects na comprising that languages.
But yung nakita ko rin ho yun, I saw that 200 plus, no? But in this particular case, kasi we're trying to figure out how did we arrive at that 80% coverage, 90% coverage using the PSA data, and this is how no? Nakalump yung Binisaya, nakalump yung Bicol.
Maybe we'll try to coordinate with our on that yung sa details po on the grouping po.
So anyways, I just wanted to show that, no, because yun na nga, that 80%, 90% is a misleading number because the Bicol is not disaggregated. If you disaggregate that, it will become smaller. No, some of the languages down below will be pushed down. If you disaggregate Binisaya, some of the languages will be pushed down. So it's not the way we chose the 12 or 19 languages. I don't see the soundness in that. Go ahead, po.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah. Siguro, kasi we are after the and so andito yung section 4 yata tayo na itong pinag-uusapan natin eh. Yeah. So from the point of view of DepEd, how many regional or native languages did you concern with in implementing section 4 of the law, RA 10533? How many? Sa ngayon? Sa ngayon?
Sa ngayon po, meron na kaming 130 in the pipeline.
130.
Additional yan doon sa 19 plus 130.
Pipeline.
Oh, nasa
So,
pipeline.
meaning to say under study.
No po.
Ano?
Ready na yung 4 minima, ready na in different stages. At gusto ko rin i-remind yung presentation ng ABC Plus kasi sila mas story yung kanilang nagpapakita po na hindi lang even ang aming nasa official. Pero yung research po ng ABC Plus, hindi lang po 19 ang ini-implement sa field. So kailangan na lang po yun legalize through a DepEd order.
Ilan po? So ilan? 19
Basta yung
plus?
ano yung na-discover nyo, ma'am? ABC Plus.
Sir, sa,
Yes.
yes po. Sa Region 5 po, 13 languages. 21 po sa Region 6.
13 daw sa Region 5, 13, Region 6, 26. So yun lang.
21 po.
21 sa Region 6. Okay. Okay, so yun lang po ang additional. So the 19, when the DepEd was approaching it with the point of view that there are only 19 regional or native languages, on the ground, informally, in Region 5, you were approaching it as if there were 13 additional native languages. Tama? 13?
Out of the 13, one is part of the 19.
Okay,
So
okay,
Central
12
Bicol po.
additional 12. Okay,
addition.
so 1 plus 12. And in Region 6, 1 plus 20.
Four are part of the 19 languages.
4 sa Region 6 pala, part of the 19. So 4 plus 17. Ganun po ang nangyari. Okay, so informally yun na sinasabi niyo, ma'am, no? Yes, Director Ariola.
Sir, I would like to add to that because we also have something like 75 IP languages that are now being used as medium of teaching and learning also, aside from the 19 and those mentioned earlier by ABC Plus, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so part sila sa for kindergarten and the first 3 years of elementary education, instruction, teaching materials, and assessment shall be in the regional or native language of the learners. Sinama niyo po si 75 IP lang, kasama na po doon. So 75 IP languages. So. Okay, so dapat pala ang pina-flash natin is not really the PSA survey data, but as being DepEd. Since nagtugma kasi kayo sa 19 kaya ang duda namin, you were basing it dun sa PSA 19. And then may weakness nga yung PSA 19 because of that Bisaya, Cebuano, Bolano, Ilonggo. Si Ilonggo can say Bisaya siya, si Cebuano will say Bisaya siya. So, sagol-sagol na yun . Tapos ang testimony nila ngayon, parang sa on the ground, inano nila they adjusted on the ground. Kasi this is testimony that although the PSA lists Bicolano as only one entry, on the ground daw, Mr. Chairman, 13 kanilang approach. That's why siguro it will really benefit the committee if we can be shown the table na yun, nakalista ngayon lahat yung plus, I'm sure you have also justification kung ilang percentage of the population or siguro number of learners para makita na lang natin kung may absolute number of learners kayo doon. So we can see. Kasi gusto ko rin makita how you approach the Bisaya Kasi iba yun. You should have, but you should have disaggregated it kasi.
Senator Coco, in our last week's presentation, we also presented the list of materials produced by the regions and even the SDOs. So if you look at that, hindi lang po siya confined sa 19 kasi merong pong mga, kasi nasa law po kasi na the local, the division and the regions are the ones to come up lang doon. Ang siguro ang kulang lang po sa DepEd, hindi siya naka-issue ng memo to parang officially launch the additional languages. Pero kung titingnan po natin yung mga resulta, yung sa aming list of materials, mga developed ng region at saka mas marami na po, hindi lang po siya confined sa 19. Tapos ang Mr. Chair, ang gusto ko pong ang gusto ko lang pong itanong sa sa PSA kasi po yung basis po namin nung 2011 na languages nung nagpili kami ng 19. So it could be na iba na yung categorization ngayon kasi syempre, 'di ba? Nagma-migrate tapos dumadami. So yun po. So yung 19, 10 years ago po namin yun binase. So posible po na hindi na yun po. Lahat ng 19 na yun, hindi na siya hindi na yung totoong 19. languages, yung iba doon. Pero yun po, 2011 po, nabasehan namin yun. Then again, marami na pong gawa yung mga teachers sa field. Thank you po.
Naman, just for my education from the Department of Education, by answering incompetently the question, I will be educated. So kung sinunod nyo kasi for example, Cebuano, nag-form kayo ng committee doon, di ba? To make all of the lesson plan, the materials, the strategy on how to teach and to transition Cebuano. Okay. So, the materials which reach, again, Toro, Butuan, or Davao, considered Cebuano-speaking areas, were made by this committee. And the committee members are most likely Cebuano speakers from Cebu.
Linguist po, Cebuano linguist. Okay.
Ano nga meaning nun? Saan sila lumaki?
Merong taga Dumaguete,
Okay, so-
kabalo namang iba naman ng
Pero siguro most likely,
tapos may Cebu.
most likely mga Cebuano, mother tongue Cebuano speakers who grew up in Cebu and nearby areas. Okay, most likely.
Sige po.
Hindi siguro kailangan ano yan eh. Hindi na, we can assume that. Okay. Sumabot nga sa Davao, may mga salita doon or may mga construction doon or ano bang cliche, ano ba yan? Hindi nila masabtan, hindi nila maintindihan doon dahil hindi nila gagamiton dito.
Yes po, actually yun po ang isang example lang po, kaka, yung damang. Kanang damang, spider, o siyempre di nakapaluan na. So kaka, so ang nasa aklat is damang. So ang Cebu, ang Davao is claiming that is kaka. So yun, variation po siya sa tawag. Ang nasa policy po natin, ang islas po yun kasi tayo additive bilingualism. So, kung ang nasa aklat is damang, may islas po yun na kaka. Kung merong pang batang nagsabing gagamba, i-accept po yun ng teacher at saka kung merong pang batang nagsagot ng spider, yung apat na yun. Kasi Senator, additive bilingualism yun. Ng bata. Kasi hindi naman ako pwedeng palagi sa Basilan. Pag at punta ko ng Zamboanga, iba na naman yung term. So dapat malaman yun ng bata and we are enriching the vocabulary of the kids. Kung para sa akin, personal, kasi in-address na yun doon sa textbook. Slash, damang, slash, kaka, to the 5. Kasi yun eh, additive bilingualism.
So we're going to the details now kasi I remember the privileged speech of my colleague here nga na ganun yung feedback niya eh. Nung committee yon which prepared the materials, alam nila yung spider sa Davao. Pero baka iba ang spider sa Butuan. So, i-address din nila yon. So, ang dami ng slash doon sa libro or of course, they also fail to anticipate ano naman yung spider sa ibang Cebuano speaking areas. Tama?
May materials po kami.
Na?
May materials po kami na binigay sa mga teachers. Yung, noon kasi, ang tawag namin doon is orthography. So, nandun yung basic grammar rules and sa last po noon na page, nandoon po yung variations of the Cebuano languages. So, pero basic terminologies lang ito,
basic yung,
Senator. Kasi K-3 lang naman ang in-address natin.
Correct.
So, basic terminology. So, halimbawa, example na lang katong kaka. Sa Cebu, unsa ni siya. Sa Davao, unsa ni siya. We prepared a
okay.
Parang multilingual variation. So, glossary of terms. Meron po
So,
tayo.
ibig mo sabihin, kaya nga, okay, maganda yan, kasi hindi ko naman nakita yung publication. Ibig sabihin, even those Cebuano speakers who grew up in Cebu, who made all of your materials, anticipated all of this. Sure kayo doon.
Yes, tapos
Pero bakit kasi bakit
Tapos-
ang feedback sa ating chairman iba eh? Yun lang yun. Kasi kung sure kayo doon na na-anticipate nyo, may reklamo eh. May reklamo from the
Yeah.
people on the ground na ganun daw, that the materials sometimes, hindi naman siguro all kasi of course there will be mutual intelligibility, pero the claim of differentiations then that they cannot understand a lot of the or many of the entries there in the publications. Ito, I'm just reacting to the report of our chairman. Umikot siya eh.
Mr.
Kita
Chair.
niya eh. Mr. Chairman, sige.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go
para
ahead.
lang, kasi baka makalimutan ko yung comment na yon. Ang 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 totoo niyan, ang ginawa po ng DepEd, gumawa sila ng mga material sa Binisaya. Okay? Ang pinagbasihan nila ay yung Cebuano.
Cebu.
So, kilala ko po yung mga tao na nakuha nila to do those materials. Marami sa kanila taga Binisaya Magazine. Tama, no? Sina Edgar Godin. Ngayon, ang problema po nito, yung wika na ginamit nila, katong lalom na Binisaya. So, hindi lang yung malalim na Binisaya, kung hindi yung Binisaya na puristiko. Sa makatwid, kahit yung mga nasa Cebu na mga teachers, nagreklamo ay lalong kaayo. I'll give you an example. Katong yung salitang verb, ang technical term doon na ginamit is punglihok. Okay? Gikan sa pulong lihok, so punglihok. Okay? Ngayon yung iglalangkit, iglanggit. Alam nyo naman na Senator, po, kahit yung mga marunong ng Binisaya, sa pag-intindi. Nangyari kasi sa simula ng implementation, marami pong dahil sa simula hindi maiiwasan na mangyari 'yon. Ganon din yung nangyari sa Ilocano. Kasi yung mga in-employ nila hindi naman educators kung hindi magazine at saka mga writers, no? Shall be flexible enough for schools to indigenize, localize, based educational concepts na context, no, nakalagay po 'yan. At hindi lang 'yan, nilagay po diyan na ang pag-approve ng mga local materials shall devolve to the division and regional education units. So sa aking huna na kaya nilagay po yan kasi na-anticipate nila na maaring iba-iba yung context at ipinauubaya na sa division level at mga materials sa kanilang bawat area. Yun lang po.
Pero totoo po yun.
Thank you. I see Dr. Carino is, I think she went to the bathroom, but I want to call on her because since she's the only direct responsibility in implementing will request her to give her presentation. But while waiting for her, let me ask again si Director Ariola. So during those times, walang simulation na ginawa. There's no simulation. So in other words, even though knowing that it's going to be complicated to implement this, no? Having 184 languages detected by SIL, even implementing the 12 languages that you chose to implement. Did you do any to implement this so that it will be seamless, it will be evenly executed by the teachers? One of the things that I picked up from the PIDS presentation, no, and which also we also detected on the ground. Meaning, when I say unevenness, you have a policy, but different schools implement it unevenly, no, because sometimes you cannot blame them because the situation on the ground is so different, no, and the permutations on the ground is so different that the did not capture the nuances, the different permutations on the ground, no? So there's an uneven implement. So having said that, did you do any formal research on how to implement the 12? In 12 lang, no? Did you, I asked this earlier, did you on, for example, in implementing this, we need to do this, how much do we need to do, what are the prerequisites to implement it successfully? Meron ba tayong, do we have that research?
Honorable Chair, yung ginawa, yun po ay request namin para malaman namin kung ano yung mga best practices at paano pa siya ma-improve. Kasi po, ang office namin, wala po sa mandato namin except survey, yung research. Kaya nga po kung titingnan nyo, kahit yung feeds, ako po ang nag-provide ng inputs, kasama po ako sa planning nila. Kasi po yung, even sa ABC Plus, kasi yung gusto kong makita na kakulangan namin, pinagagawa ko po. Nire-request ko po sa kanila. So kung makita po ninyo yung research ng ACRC.
Tanong ko lang naman, sige, let's limit it to the 12.
Po, wala, hindi po.
Para the senators and the policymakers at that time will understand, oh, this is what we have found out in terms of implementation. What are the challenges? What are the strategies? Meron bang ganun? What are the budgetary requirements for all books? Magkano ang gagastusin so that we can complete the 4 minima? Did we have that study in 2010 and during those discussions? Can you articulate that, ma'am?
We did not reach that far po na pag-aralan yung mga expenses. We did not reach that far. So that
Because we know that we will be printing big books,
yes
small
po.
books,
In the course-
dictionaries, orthographies. We all know that we will do that. That's part of minima. So we need in order to smoothly implement this. Even in 12 na. Sige, let's confine ourselves to the 12. How much do we need?
we did not reach that far.
Mr.
So,
Chair.
And yun na lang. So in the course of implementation, we requested, like I said, so sila, then that is why we prove our implementation through a policy kasi policy making po ang central office through a policy kung ano pong nakikita sa field. I'm sorry po, hindi po that time when we were implementing, Hindi po kami umabot sa gano'n na may computation
We'll
kami.
call on Professor Arcedon and then we'll call on Dr. Carino. Dr. Carino has a presentation and it's good for us to put on record the presentation of Dr. Carino. And please take your lunch. It's already almost 12, so this is a working hearing, so feel free to take your lunch. Professor Arcedon.
Sorry. I was part of the 74 that institutionalized MTBMLE. And that time, it was USEC, Labrador, and Director, you all who led the process. We were just giving them mga research report. And that time, in a meeting, kilinda research reports from the Lingua Franca project. And then the project in Mindanao. So those were the three major research reports presented. And then the Lubuagan, the SIL people from Lubuagan, along with UNESCO people like, sino nga ba yun yung mag-asawa? Anyway, they provided ideas, ano ba yung mga aspects, to, what to be included, So, own couples. Yeah, and also they presented other studies from other Asian countries and US, the Thomas and Collier study. So we had enough basis. We also had a study from Region 4A, the local language and teaching mathematics. And so because of those studies, the consensus that time was to use MTBMLE. So hindi naman, it was not a rash decision. I got involved in 2008 and nakita ko. The reason that, and I was also questioning, ba't hindi kasama ang Kankanay? It's the 30th time kasi, what happened to DepEd? They asked the regions, who among you are ready to implement MTBMLE, who have the materials and the resolve to support this program? And we're not ready to present Kankanay. And kasi Ilocano yung regional director. I'm glad that we have a Cordilleran now heading the region. But even if Kankanay was not part of the 19 languages, when I did my study, in Kankanay, 300 books to be specific, and then Kankanay Primer. And I hope that the CAR should, recognize those efforts. So yun kaya may basis naman siya. At mayroon ding piloting. And kaya lang sila Dr. Rose noon, they were not yet part of the, core group. So I hope that maybe you can call Dr. Yusek. She's still around. Unfortunately, Dr. Vilma Labrador is no longer around. Ng history ng MTBMLE.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Arcedon. I just want to capture, in short, what type of preparation, research, study, because we all know from the beginning this is going to be very complicated. We're talking about 23 million students probably at that time, maybe even maybe 184 different languages, 600,000 teachers who is expected to implement in the classroom a policy that is promulgated by head office. So it's a very complex endeavor. No, that's why I'm expecting that a research that type will be put in place first, so that everyone will be guided because it's in the law. So and you convince the legislators to put it in the law, no? Some form of implementation stuff, no? Because expected naman na mahirap yan eh. No? Dr. Carino is here and she came all the way from Baguio and she also prepared a presentation. And Dr. Carino, you're the microphone.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Senator Coco. Good morning to each and everyone. The presentation I have now is based from what we gathered since 20B was already implemented. But following the discussion that actually what was really given to the Cordillera Administrative Region was in Iloco because that was the lingua franca of the Cordillera. We understand each other speaking the Cordilleran Ilocano, which is a mix of English, Tagalog, and our own languages, which is totally different from the text. So I think the understanding before was then that is what will be released. That's why we have a lot of Ilocano or Iloco textbook in the Cordillera, which when I was an SDS in Ifugao, no, they really have to translate. No, they have other teachers have been experiencing. So after that, no, Senator Coco was asking why Kankanae. Actually, Kankanae is not only spoken in the Cordillera. We also have some in Region 2. When I was there, we have a lot in Region 2 speaking Kankanae and other, even one, because Cordilleras also went to Region 1. And I think even part of Davao and kasi Mindanao, yeah. Mindanao, there are also Kankanais there. Now, my presentation would be the researches conducted because we wanted would this mother tongue have helped? No, and what are the problems? Because in the field, no, they're always telling that somehow they were hard up in the translation of the materials. So as can be seen, no, this was conducted by an EPS, a chief of CID in Ifugao. No, this is Marciana M. Dinan, and on screen is to determine the factors that influence the implementation of MTBMLE program by the 500 teachers of SD of Ifugao. So this was particular with specific to Ifugao. So the same with what was mentioned, no, the problem would the pupil-related factors, teacher-related factors, administration and community leakages have moderate influence on the implementation of MTB MLE. And the first, the major languages in Ifugao would be Tuali, no, and Ayangan. So there is no significant difference between the ratings of the factors that influence the implementation of MTB MLE. And then the first three problems, no, I would like to emphasize this, encountered by the teachers in the implementation preparation of appropriate educational materials, entailing time and money, lack of learning materials related to MTB MLE training. Honestly, even up to when I regional director of Region CAR, we really didn't have that much resources. So what we do is to give service credits to teachers who do translation, even vacation. So somehow, while this is good, it has also the teaching learning process because the service credit is to take a leave, no, and another effect on the teaching learning process. So was taken into consideration, and that is the reason, as I said last hearing, that we translation being done by the teachers, but instead we go to the what is understood, which is Filipino. May we go to the next? Okay, so this is also a research done by 17, and this is to the problem is to look into the status of implementation of MTBMLE in public schools of Baguio, where it is a conglomerate speaking different languages and of different culture. So the findings and conclusions: teachers in primary grades do not favor the use of Iloco as medium of instruction as its use to the other subject areas. Instruction in MTBMLE subject has greatly has great effect to learners who are not accustomed in using the language. So teacher respondents encounter difficulties in using Iloco since this is not the language of the majority of their learners. And teacher respondents need to employ varied strategies in order to make teaching and learning effective. No, that's why, as I mentioned also, I have released a memo that they can use Filipino. Yes.
Slide, ma'am. Number 3, yung last slide lang. Yan. Teacher respondents encounter difficulties in using Iloco in MTBMLE since this is not the language of the majority of their learners. Di ba Baguio City po ito?
Yes,
Yes,
Senator.
children who are in Baguio City. So Iloco is Ilocano?
Yes,
So how come may number 3 ganyan ang conclusion?
because in Baguio it's a mix of languages, Senator. Baguio City, there are Igorots, Filipino-speaking languages, and as I mentioned, Cordillera, we really speak Ilocano, but it's not the Iloco. We use Cordilleran Ilocano, English, Filipino, or our own Cordilleran languages. That's why the books used cannot be understood. Like we do not use Abagata, and that is why
Grabe pala dyan.
they preferred now, no, because this is in 2017, so Filipino is now a common language because of the influence of media. That's why, as I mentioned last time, I released the memo
So, okay.
allowing them to use the Filipino medium of instruction. Our problem would be we lack textbook materials in Filipino because region during the implementation.
Ang realization ko ngayon is, although I will associate Baguio City Ilocano speaking, you're telling me na hindi totoo na yun or hindi yun totoo na or yung mga bata at that age na up to grade 3 not the pure Ilocano, at least not the pure Ilocano.
Not the pure
Not the pure Ilocano of
Senator.
Ilocos Norte o Ilocos Sur, siguro.
Yes, Senator.
So, yun po yung sinasabi, realize natin ngayon dito, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so this is a study and that is nagulat lang po ako.
Dr. Ariola, you want to
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, the very example of Director Stella here in the wrong implementation of the MTBMLE. However, the decision of Director Stella not to implement Ilocano was actually correct, given that the learners do not speak Ilocano. So even if the materials that were delivered, for example, in Baguio, made use of Ilocano, then Director Stella should have requested the central office for materials in Tagalog, given that that's the language of the kids. Filipino or Tagalog. Yes
The
po.
Filipino
Yes po.
material,
Because
representative from BLR, the base is always in the distribution of learning materials or in the materials would be the reports coming from our field offices. So even when Baguio City, for example, was, that means to say that the request then most probably was Ilocano, not Filipino po, or Tagalog.
The mere fact that we call some of your languages there or dialects as Cordillera. Inamin natin may mix or roots na Ilocano. So nawala na ba yung mutual intelligibility na minention po ni Dr. Nolasco? Hindi na, pag mag-Ilocano ka ba doon, mag-basic Ilocano ka sa Cordillera, hindi.
Conversational, Senator, it can be, but not for our learners now. Some are speaking either in our Igorot language or Filipino or English, Senator.
You mean to say, naunahan pa ni Filipino? Kasi ang proposal ni Dr. Ariola, materials in Filipino na eh. Rather than Ilocano, Filipino, mas useful pa for the learners in Baguio City. So, is it part of the findings parang na-overtaken na ni Filipino as a language in usage, as a language in use by these young learners, though they are theoretically in a place where the reputation is that it is Ilocano speaking.
Yes, Senator. That's why what I place in my position is since Ilocano is also an L2, Tagalog is also an L2, then we better use Tagalog as an L2 for real materials which is in the dialect of the learners, Senator. Because we are saying that
What is that? While waiting for materials
that will really
that
be in Kankana.
the learners, what is it?
That will really be in Kankana. Kalanguya, Ibaloy, we have a lot. Gadang, no? We have a lot.
Imposible na yan kung ganyan kasi wala na magkakaintindihan. Actually, kahit si teacher, wala naman teacher na ganun eksperto sa lahat na salitang yun.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's why we are function of the bilingual, the use of Filipino in English.
Let's allow Dr. Carino to finish her presentation. We'll call on Director Ariola and then si Miss Sante of SIL.
Okay. Anyway, I'll not read everything. May we go to the next. This is another research by Noemi F. Balalaw, also a teacher 3 of Camp 7. This is also in Baguio City. So we just go to the finding. It revealed that the number one reason why some pupils have comprehension level in English, have low comprehension level in English, is that they do not understand language, especially pupils whose mother tongue is Ilocano or Filipino. Moreover, remedial classes use pictures and story reading were utilized to help these people. So in short, again, it's a problem on the implementation. So we have also, I just want to show that we did have research. Yes, this is the latest, which is by Marisa Ganase in January 2023. And the findings also are teachers acknowledge that learners appreciate it when local mother tongue is used to explain. And that's exactly, Senator, Mr. Chair, that's exactly what we have been doing even before the implementation of MTB-MLE in areas where the teachers know the language, even if the texts are in Filipino or English. If needed, we translate it in the dialect, which I have been doing when I was a teacher. Further, the strategies in facilitating learners transfer from mother tongue to English are not fully practiced by teachers because of the lack of training in applying the strategies. On the other hand, the strategy that most teachers are fully practicing is the use of pictures and charts and letting the learners describe them using simple English sentence. Additionally, the teachers consider the challenges as very serious, especially on the limited time for the learners to learn English before it can be used as learning and teaching, as well as the difficulty of teachers in expressing themselves in English, or in short, the transition from grade 3 to grade 4. So there's also a problem there. Now I asked, this is for our consumption. We had the test. No, we give them a reading comprehension assessment test. We give them to different sets of learners. And this is in school year 2022-2023. So we have group A, we have their L1 is MTB, whatever, and we had several MTB, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. And then we have the L2, the Filipino, and then L3, the English. Group B, we have their L1 is Filipino, L2 is English. And Group C, we have their L1 is English and L2 is Filipino. For those who took the test in mother tongue, this was translated in their own mother tongue. And as you can see on screen, this is the result. For the mother tongue, no, they have the MPS is 44.29. And for L2, it's higher, 46.62. And for L3 English, it's 43.57. So this is for Group A learners. And Group B, their L1 is Filipino. And in the test, the MPS is 46.64. Their L2 is English, 42.51. And then for Group C, wherein their L1 is English, then we can see a higher result, which is 50.79. And their L2 is Filipino, it is also higher, 52.25. So if we look at the overall, no, we still have in this test that we have conducted, this is the result. No, we have a lower result in the ones tested in their own mother tongue. Whatever were the factors, then.
Carino,
Yes.
before you continue, let's interpret this as simple as possible. Yung Group A, they were taught in their mother tongue.
Yes, and
How do you interpret this slide?
we had a common assessment, common competencies, but those taught in Tagalog, Iloco, Kankanay, Ibaloy, Carao, Kalanguya, we have Lilubwagan, Tuwali. The tests were in the mother tongue, in this mother tongue.
In Group A.
That's in Group A,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So in Group A, there are 3 subjects: mother tongue, Filipino, English, and they were taught in mother tongue, in their own mother tongue, correct?
Yes, for the L1, for the
L1.
for the L1.
Okay. And then in Group B, they were not. How do you interpret
They were
it?
taught in Filipino, Mr. Chair. Their L1 is Filipino.
Their L1 is Filipino, and then Group C.
Their L1 is English.
Okay. But what is the medium of instruction for Group C?
It is what I mentioned, that it's English, but if needed, that they will have to translate, then they do it in the mother tongue if they cannot understand, Your Honor.
So what is this? What is the conclusion to this slide?
The conclusion would be that there's no among the 3 learning areas, Filipino is the highest, which means that that's why we opted to use Filipino as the L1 instead of their own mother tongue, probably because, as I mentioned, the translation that we do for the materials in English or in Filipino is not really correct. The context was changed, and that is why even if you give the exam in their own mother tongue, where they were taught, the result is not that good, Senator. That is why we are opting to better use uh, uh, Filipino, which may be their L2, but we will use it as their L1 in teaching.
Okay po. All right. Go ahead po.
Okay. And here in the model, kasi this is difficult in the Cordillera, we could hardly have a class which is really pure Iloco, Ibaloy, or Kalanguya. It's really a mix, and dividing them into different classes would not be good because we do not have the resources as well as we do not have the teachers. So as we can see here, no, I would like to mention pala before that in this exam we had the test takers all are 26,489, which is 69% of the entire learners. No, we give this to grade 4 actually because they are done with the mother tongue. Which is 69.43%, and all schools were tested. It's 100%. They were tested in this assessment. Because what we want to prove in here is, because what we said, if they are taught in mother tongue, then they should be performing well. They should have transitioned well in English and Filipino. Somehow, probably again, because of how it was implemented, the assessment shows the opposite. Okay, and the next slide. Yeah, that's the disaggregation. So, in every section, there are learners who use Ilocano. It's not really Iloco. Filipino and English at home. Yun, it's really a mix. No? So we cannot really divide because of the, of course, lack of teachers, lack of resources. No? And the next slide will, yeah. Number of K-3 teachers trained in MTBMLE. So as we can see, again, maybe because they retired, no, or they were promoted to other grades, we do not have enough teachers trained in the use of mother tongue. So as you can see on slide, we only have 40.55% of total teachers who are trained as of now. So next slide, please. Yeah. This is just recent. No, we went to a school. No, when we went to another school, I just want to be honest. That's why I am always emphasizing that we really need to be ready before we implement so that we will not be wasting the resources. These are Ilocano textbooks. This is just in one school, but these are not being used. So for me, for us in the Cordillera, if we will use Kankanae, if all the texts in Kankanae will be prepared, they are all there, ready, then why not we implement it? But we do not like to repeat the same experience of receiving texts which are not being used. No, we are always. I'm very particular of the use of resources. So I am not really against the use of mother tongue. I speak my own mother tongue, and I have been teaching in my own mother tongue when I was a teacher. What I'm just saying is we have to be ready. All the resources will have to be there so that we'll not have the same scenario as what we have here on screen. So yan, hindi nagagamit, nandun lang sa bodega.
Why can you not send this to the Ilocano speaking places?
They have enough, Mr. Chair.
Oh, well, nasisira rin. So those could serve as replacement books kaysa sa mabulok lang sa inyo. Kakainin lang na anay yan.
Yes.
I mean, mga ganon. You have not explored that possibility? O bawal sa inyo yun?
No, we explore. Like for example, now we have materials in Iloco right now in one of the schools in Ifugao. I'm trying to give it to Region 2, but they say they have enough. I I will try giving it to Region 1, but when I went to Region 1, they said they have enough also in their ano.
Sige lang, kasi
library.
parang iba, kasi mga napupunit, nasusulatan, nababasa. So at least it's already prepositioned in the area where it can be used. Kaysa sa totally, inaamin nyo na, hindi magagamit. What's the point? Diba?
Yes.
What's the point? Well, anyway, but thank you for bringing this up to our attention. At kasi yung mga waste, ang dami nating waste.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I actually requested for resources in Filipino, but it will still have to come. Maybe, I don't know if it's not ready. That's why they have not received yet textbook in Filipino to us in the Cordillera. And the last, we have prepared learning resources in our different languages. We have prepared, but those are actually big books, small books, no modules, storybooks. We do have. Most of those are used for enhancement and not really the ones to be used by teachers during their teaching, no, which makes it difficult for the teachers. Yes, and that is why we have in the next slide. Please. Yeah, we have submitted a request. Next slide. In April 2021, no, to the department, which we hope, no, April 2021, for this languages, no, to be approved. No, for the orthography to be approved, but maybe because of the many things, how to approve orthography probably takes time. So to this day, these are not yet given to us. So this maybe are things that will have to be considered before really implementing the mother tongue. No, this will have to be approved and materials will have to be ready. So I think that's the end of my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Dr. Carino. Director Ariola, and then we can
Yes,
have Ms. Sate, and then we'll go to Kokopea after. So we'll do that round. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I think it's really so important for us to stress that the Department of Education is not prescribing the language that's going to be implemented in schools. The decision comes from the schools. In fact, these are being consolidated by regional offices for submission to the central office. And the decision as to the language to be implemented in a certain school is always based on the mapping, the language mapping. So the example a while back of Director Estela is one that's perfect to decide that there's no way for the school, for Baguio City, if in fact, we wouldn't even like to generalize Baguio City because there might be schools or a school where learners still make use of Ilocano. So it cannot just be all. So ang importante dito, Mr. Chair, is that there has to be a language mapping for them to be guided on the language. Kasi napaka-importante yung statement ni Director Stella a while back. The learners are no longer using Ilocano. Why implement Ilocano? So her decision was correct to shift to Tagalog because that's the language understood by the learners po.
Question, at what level, ma'am, who is authorized to decide? What is the language to be treated as the L1 or mother tongue? Sino siya? At what level?
Actually, sir, the school does it because it's the school.
School, not the regional director.
It's submitted to the regional director po.
But at what level? I want to know the theoretical at the school.
It has to be the
Is
school
it
po.
the principal?
Yes po, because it's the
Okay.
school that conducts the language mapping po.
Okay, kaya nga. Ngayon, now, let us say ang decision ng principal, it's a dialect na konti lang ang gumagamit pero nandun sila sa school. You will make materials for them?
Okay. In the policy, Mr. Chair, we really have to consider the language, the first language of the children, and that of the
the teachers. So that in a particular area where, for example, Kankanae at that time, where there's no orthography yet, and there's really no way. It can be used actually as said by the Director Stella, it can be used as an auxiliary language, kaya sabi niya kanina, nag-shift sila doon. However, it's not actually considered as one of the major languages na offered as a subject kasi wala pa siya yung 4 minimum requirements. But we're not saying na hindi pa rin po magagamit itong language ng mga bata. It can be used as an auxiliary language.
Let's say it's a language with ano ba meaning ng orthography, yung way to write it. Oh.
Yes po.
Let's say it's a language na may ganon. So you are not, DepEd is currently not producing education materials in that language, but that is the decision of the principal. How will you now accommodate the decision of the principal? You will produce reading materials in that language chosen by the principal?
Actually, Mr. Chair, it should not be the principal's responsibility alone. It was said earlier that it becomes the responsibility of the division offices and the regional offices.
What is the plan? Kaya, okay, tama yung pag-flow nga, yung flow ng tanong ko eh. Decision is made by the principal, correct or no? Or, yes or no, correct or not? Oh. Principal says this is the dialect, okay, that I want to treat as the L1 in my school, okay? Then, so you support her by producing materials?
The decision of Mr. Senator, before the school head decides whether to implement that mother tongue without any material at all. The first thing that should be done is to first and foremost produce the material. Because that cannot be implemented with nothing. That's why there are other options, there are other ways to organize we were mentioning a while back. And that's where the lingua franca comes in.
So the principal who believes L1 is the language and yet consults with your department, oh, we don't have materials in L1, she will abandon her decision na hindi not this language kasi wala pala tayong materials. Ganun ba yan?
Hindi po. Hindi po.
Kaya I want to know eh.
If I may help po sa 10.3 doon sa law, sinasabi po production and development of materials. The production and development of locally produced teaching and learning materials shall be encouraged. Kasi siyempre sinasabi doon sa preceding na kung wala sa 19, you don't stop from there. Kasi nga gusto nating ma-address. The approval of these materials shall be devolved to the region and division education unit. Kaya meron silang LRMDS. Then, ang approval din in accordance with the national policy and standards. So meron po kaming standards. Meron din kaming yung development process na nasa palisiya. Ngayon, it is the responsibility of the division and kasi isa-submit po dapat ng principal. Kasi we don't limit them to the 19 languages. We don't limit them to the 19 languages. They are. At saka sinasabi din sa policy, contextualize. Na kung yung term doon hindi applicable sa inyo, gamitin nyo yung understandable ng bata. Hindi pwedeng, hindi naman yun Bible na kailangan mong sundin. Yun po ang nasa palisiya. And even yung development ng materials, nasa law po yun.
So, okay, Mr. Chairman, I am satisfied with the reply. Ibig sabihin, theoretically speaking, okay, tama. Principal makes a decision, there is a support, materials should follow, etc. So, i-assess na lang ninyo kung nangyari ba na may principal na namili ng isang dialect or language na ito, ang belief ko na ito, nasuportahan ba ninyo with the corresponding educational materials? Yun lang yan. But on paper, ready na pala kayo with all of your protocols and all of your systems. Sige. Yes, Director.
If I may add, Mr. the languages were mentioned earlier by ABC Plus, but plus the additional 75, which includes 3 of the major languages po, sir, is a concrete example to what we're saying. They do not form part of the 19 languages, but materials were developed to respond to the L1 of the kids po.
Mr. Chairman, last kay Dr. Carino, you were requesting, ma'am, Filipino-based materials. I'm sure marami yan. Bakit hindi na padalan yung inyong ano? Bakit? Yun lang tanong ko. I'm sure marami ng Filipino materials eh. Oh, ano nangyari?
Yes, earlier, no, during the time of that implementation, because R is considered as parang speaking Ilocano, no, that's why they brought the Iloco, which, as I said, yung Ilocano kasi sa CAR is a mix of different languages, English and all, so it was not understood. So, ano ulit?
So kaya nga, yung decision mo, natulog yung mga Ilocano books eh. Ang request mo, send us Filipino books.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Wala ba sa Central West extra na pinadala sa'yo? Bakit hindi ka napadalhan?
I think there are, but I don't know why it is not yet sent to us.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Santos.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, DepEd has buffer stock of our learning resources. So once we receive a request for materials, if they're available in the buffer stock, pag nakatag na po kami, we will send it to the regions or the divisions requesting po.
Nangyari ba in this particular case? We're talking about a particular incident na ito eh. Nangyari po ba? Na, ma'am, Dr. Carino, ang opinion mga Filipino dapat ang material, mas ma-appreciate ng mga bata. Okay. Nag-request po kayo ng Filipino materials. Tapos ang tanong, pag nag-request, dumating ba? Yan lang gusto ko lang malaman.
Yeah.
Kasi I'm sure ang argumentong kailangan pang gawin, kailangan pang hindi. Nasa warehouse, sigurado ako, sa warehouse na ninyo yan. Ano, ma'am?
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Senator. According to our chief, they requested.
Okay.
We requested.
Correct.
Actually, even if there are no available textbook in some of the schools, they're already using Filipino, because when I came back as the regional director of CAR from Region 2, and I saw them still writing using the different languages, I said we can use Filipino already. So even actually without the textbooks, no, they have downloaded and they're already using Filipino.
You requested,
video
ang
of
tanong
its stuff,
ko,
no?
were you given? Ilan gusto ko malaman?
Not
Wala.
yet, not yet.
Not yet. Anong year? What year was that request made?
According to our CLM chief, last year.
Anong month and year, ha?
Last year, Your Honor.
Last year, 2021.
2020, school year 2022-2023, Your Honor.
School year 2022, last year. Okay, so at least at least nakikita ko na yung implementation ng program. Theoretically, you've covered all the bases. You have flowcharts, protocols on what to do. Yun na lang yung, is it really being followed and executed? Apa, sige.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thank you, Minority Leader. Theoretical lang, dahil nagbigay ng theoretical question si Minority Leader. For example, if a principal or a region decides to use Filipino other than the mother tongue because they think it's just too complicated to implement because of diversity issues, can they do that? Yes, Director.
Mr. Chair, as we have said, the basis would always be the language of the kids. So if
Correct.
it's too diverse, that there's really no, in a class, for example, and there are a number of languages, there's a time that the school has to decide for
We are not even talking of a school, referring to a school. It to be by class. So kung for example in a class of 35, diverse po ito, then that's the time na mag-decide po sila, ano ba yung lingua franca? Ano ba yung language na ang na common sa mga bata na to? They may not at least naiintindihan nila. Yun po yung magiging decision.
Yeah, correct. Let's take the example of Baguio. Baguio is a melting pot eh.
Yeah. The decision of
And
the...
the decision of the Baguio superintendent
Yes.
and the regional director is to use Filipino, no? In all the schools in Baguio.
That's not always correct, Mr. Chair. Because we're not talking of all schools. We're dealing with by class. So that in a school, for example, where there are a number of grade 1 pupils, they have to do the language mapping, organize the children by language, they organize the classes by language where possible. But if you are only referring to a school with just one section, where there's really no way for the school to divide the class, given na may problema sa classroom, may problema, for example, sa the lingua franca.
Earlier, I heard Dr. Karim decided to use Filipino in Baguio, diba? And you said that's allowed by your policy. So I'm confused. You know,
Mr. Chair.
I'm confused whether they are given, in short, are they given the authority to use whatever language they see fit in their locality?
Provided that that's always based on the language of the kids, Mr. Chair.
If the dominant language of the kid, let's say Baguio,
Tagalog.
is Tagalog, they can use Tagalog.
That's okay, but we cannot say na for the whole car, it has to be Tagalog or English because there are other languages po. Yung concrete example ko nga po sa inyo, no, Mr. Chair, no, for example, in Tuguegarao City, Tuguegarao West Central School, we were able to organize classes in Tagalog in grade 1. We organized classes in Tagalog. We organized classes also in Ibanag. Only 15, inalaw po namin yun. Pagkatapos, meron pang isang class na English.
What's happening right now is, and this is based, again, no, based on my consultation, this did come from me, maraming teacher, principal, superintendents natatakot because in the law, it's very clear. No, I read it, Section 4, for kindergarten to first 3 years of elementary education, instruction, teaching material, assessment shall be in regional or native language of learners. So that is, as a rule, yun ang gagamitin nila. That's, this is not from me, no? This is what it's being practiced. Number 2, I understand that they can produce their own materials. Did we analyze if they have the budget to produce the materials? Kasi I know that MO nasagad yan, no? We provide in Valenzuela, we provide all the support to our schools because I know the MOE is not for example, in their particular case, walang kankanae is dominant and you're telling them mag-produce na lang kayo. Have enough funds to produce it? Did we even ask and analyze? Ilan ba estudyante yung nagsasalita ng kankanae? Ilan bang dictionary kailangan nyo? Rely on the good graces of donors all the time. No? Ilan lang yan. But did we have any form of analysis whether the MOE is sufficient for schools, divisions, regions to produce their own material so that they can adopt na study?
Budget ang tanong eh. Budget sigurado.
Kasi we Communisan Coco is very proactive sa budget ng DepEd. I know. Kasi kagaya ng sinabi nyo, it will never be enough sa budget, no? Always may kulang yan. Kulang dito, kulang doon, no? So, I know MOE, based on my experience, kulang parati yan. So, we're expecting them to, ilan ang Cordilleran language? 34? Tama ba? Ilan ba? So, we're expecting them to materials? Did we even ask? Meron ba tayong ganun na study? We're talking about implementation. So at the end, is budgetary requirements. Meron ba tayong ganyan?
Mr. Chair, we have to ask BLR if they have any.
No, MOE.
budget for that.
MOE.
The MOE is never.
In the policy, we state that they can use the MOOE.
Yes.
But as you said, kulang po yun.
Sa
Talagang
DLR,
kulang
tama
yun.
ba? Kaya nyo to
DLR.
produce outside of the 19? Because we're talking now.
Kami po ang mag-produce, hindi po kasi meron regions can contextualize. What I do know, sir, is we downloaded funds for SLMs, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
SLMs yan. That's in the
Opo.
context of the pandemic.
Opo,
Diba? But
opo.
here, for the mother tongue. Yeah.
Wala po.
Anyways, before we continue, with the indulgence of Father Ben and SIL, I want to call on Kokopea first, no, because they've been they were here before and they were not given an opportunity to state their position. But let's call Dr. Fermin first, and then we'll call on SIL and then Father Nebres.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a few points, Mr. Chair, that I'd like to articulate relative to the ongoing discussion. This is some sort of reunion of the original people who had a stake in the development of the MTB-MLE policy. So, Mr. Chair, just perhaps for the use of your team, maybe you have to look back at the basic education sector reform agenda, which took place from August 2005 to May 2006. You will find there key reform thrust 3, influential social institutions and key social processes are engaged by DepEd to support national scale attainment of desired learning outcomes, because that's the team where the three of us and some of them were part of, where we first articulated the directions towards languages of learning. So that's where it started. But 2006 came out an executive order pushing for English sole medium of instruction. Then the Gulyas Bill also surfaced, and all of the language education sector in the Philippines was in upheaval about those reforms. Into the picture to push for mother tongue-based multilingual education. Then shortly after that period, in 2008, the UP Centennial Lecture, When Reforms Do Not Transform, by former Commissioner Bautista, Dr. Alan Bernardo, for programs. That's where a complete section on the history of language in education policies has been articulated in the most succinct way ever possible. Because that's where 4 immediate issues were articulated as the reason why it seems, and this is not to pin down that Kokopea will articulate something about this. Therefore, immediate observations, and these are supported by research conducted by the three. Number one, over the years, DepEd formulated a weak policy on bilingual education. We're neither here nor there. It's not additive bilingualism happening, to borrow the words of former Secretary of Education, Brother Andrew Gonzalez, and his colleague, Dr. Facio Sibayan. It's subtractive bilingualism. We're not doing. We didn't understand that bilingual Filipino learners are of 2 types. Those who have been born monolingual and eventually had to transition by virtue of the school system to being multilingual. They're being exposed not only to what have been enshrined in the Constitution as languages of learning, English and because not social media then. Media also supports the kind of exposure that they have. And then you have the gifted bilinguals. I call them the gifted bilinguals because they were born naturally bilingual, because there are at least 2 languages spoken at home which the child is exposed to. And they have borrow some of the illustrations made by our colleagues earlier of attending to other language-related competencies better than the others. Number two, DepEd in this report surrendered the power to decide on the language of schools rather than advocate research-based policy because we were not accounting for a lot of evidence from the ground. That's why I appreciate the work of Senator Wynn because we're really pinning down necessary evidence. The third is exacerbating the loss of efficacy in determining the language policy is a seeming lack of serious effort on the part of DepEd to explain the crucial role of language to policymakers. Letter C is no longer in operation because as you may see, our DepEd folks are really explaining it. The fourth and the last one is, which I think Senator Wynn has become the fulcrum of all the issues. DepEd has yet to negotiate a shift from structural learning paradigms to more social constructivist methods. Because if it were really social constructivist methods, and this is already my analysis, all the decisions insofar as the impact of languages of learning upon every learner could have been made even prior to RA 10533. In fact, Mr. Chair, the Philippines is a signatory to the 1994 Salamanca Statement that covers the framework for action on special needs education. Dr. Villanesa knows this. Kindly note that the provisions of this global document also contains essential principles of inclusive learning. Section 30 of the Salamanca Statement stipulates, and I quote, formal and theoretical instruction. Content of education should be geared to high standards and the needs of individuals with a view to enabling them to participate fully in development. The phrase, the needs of individuals with a view to enabling them to participate fully in development includes linguistic needs that can enable better access and engagement of learners. As language, first and foremost, is fundamental to establishing and strengthening the relationship between teacher and learner. Now, to this end, there is a renowned language rights scholar and Finnish education icon, Yves Kutnabkangas, who passed away last month, who echoed what has been earlier articulated about linguistic needs as a dimension of language rights of learners. I don't want to dwell so much on what she said, but in recognition of her outstanding work, probably, we really need guidance right now. I pose the four minima that DepEd has requested rapid assessment. The implementation process could have been refined or can be refined, but not to be stalled, as the continuity of an enabling policy is crucial as emphasized in the 2008 centennial of Bautista, Bernardo, and Ocampo. As being mentioned, we waited for a policy of this nature for a little over a century. There's a lot of pitfalls, cracks, and gaps. And on ship, exactly what we're doing now with the leadership of our esteemed lawmakers. From our vantage point in the Coordinating Council for Private Educational Associations, the refinement should cover what existing research has focused on as conditions for optimal implementation, which include but are not limited to the following. FYI, members, when MTBMLE was passed, the Catholic Educational Association of the Philippines, being one of the made it a point to train internally among ourselves how to do MTBMLE. So we have relative success. And the huge issue at that time, most of the private schools are Ingliseros and Ingliseras. Which one is our mother tongue? And I said, I was the chief trainer then, if English is the stronger language at home, that's the mother tongue. And that became one of the crucial items that the schools had to consider in the process. The plate. Largely because we, all of us, not only DepEd, did not prepare well to address the scope and impact. We were operating on almost a heavily centralized approach to policy implementation. That's our assessment, Mr. Chair. Take note, with a very small MTBMLE office in DepEd Central overseeing the initiatives, which which I don't know if it's still there or has been rationalized further. If an MTB MLE program is in place, from languages as media of learning. Say, for example, Mr. Chair, and I know that the maths that you've been doing, it's been 10 years. If you're following the counting made by Talaytayan, 174 languages, it could have been 17 or 18 languages per year. We did not plan for that. But if we borrow from the experiences of our other neighboring countries, that's the formula. Using conditions such as mutual intelligibility, the concept of a universal nucleus, and developmental appropriateness. In the absence of the form minima for other languages or speech varieties, perhaps we can use the regional lingua franca as transition language with provision of language bridging sessions, actual mother tongues, if there's already observable emergence of learning difficulty. In Rose, it's a tutorial, individualized instruction. But God knows. Third, the successful models of MTB-MLE, documented by the Summer Institute of Linguistics, UNESCO, the UNICEF, all point to the same narratives. Coming from countries such as multilingual India, with 398 registered languages, and Thailand, 71. They reveal that parents, guardians, village elders, and even community helpers can strengthen the implementation of a multilingual education context. Learning grammars, orthography, resources, and assessments. Trained. The thing is, they've got to start somewhere as soon as time possible. So you will find in Thailand, for example, in Khon Kaen, find parents actually writing their orthographies. And that goes to show how empowered the system is. And which brings us to the next point, opening up and simplifying the development processes for orthographies and vocabularies by engaging teacher education institutions, particularly their learning specialists, to assist the DepEd. Mr. Chair, I will cite 3 private colleges and universities who have had success in assisting the DepEd. Ma'am Estela, the St. Louis University, correct? Then you have the Angeles University Foundation in Pampanga. The third is the University of San Jose Recoletos in Cebu. They even got a grant from the, what's the biggest, right? And they still make use of those resources. Well, Mr. Chair, it's not only the private TEIs who are doing their job in this area. Public TEIs, such as the Cebu Normal University, show of hand. Where's the Cebu Normal University guy? Okay. The West Visayas State University, who even made a specialized course in mother tongue-based education. The Bukidnon State University, who has. These are successful stories that we can capitalize on. The fifth, Mr. Chair, we recommend to make the following courses in the undergraduate teacher education curriculum based on CMO number 4, Series 2017, more field-based in orientation rather than theoretical. I am learned as the chair of the technical panel of teacher education, the following courses: facilitating learner-centered teaching, building and enhancing new literacies in the curriculum, and third, content and pedagogy for the mother tongue. These are mandated professional education courses. What we want to see is there is a specific focus on principles and practices of the following: learner profiling, learner needs assessment, and differentiated and adaptive instruction. Because these are the practices that most private schools regularly do and perhaps DepEd can learn from. Finally, we wish that we ensure that recent meaningful curriculum development initiatives are mindful truly of language-related realities. To be very exact, the proposed CCAP curriculum for K-3 by the incumbent DepEd leadership, it has potential. Many contentious aspects, but it has potential platform for managing language-related realities. By design, the CTAP curriculum can provide an exciting start for young learners. Way-based, conversation-based, especially if the mother tongue will be used as primary medium of learning, engagement, and assessment. Am I right, Director Ayola? It follows what we call the LEA, the Language Experience Approach. It's not contingent on resources, but really trained teachers who could run games, songs, a lot of discovery-oriented practices that other advanced multilingual nations are doing from K to 3. On a final note, we want to forward to this august body that suspending the MTB-MLE provision may yield unnecessary and unintended long-term negative impact upon learners who, by the way, based on our analysis, during the pandemic for 3 years, were mostly immersed in their homes and thus used their stronger languages, i.e., the mother tongues, which are also defined as home languages. Following principles, therefore, of learning recovery, addressing learning gaps with the stronger language can enhance or can revive what was lost, namely student interest, engagement, and hopefully learning. A finding, take note, that has been fairly established by research since 1925. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Dr. Fermin. So what's the position of Cocopea? Lost.
Sir, let's
Okay.
fix the cracks, the gaps.
Okay.
And I go with this with the disposition of my colleagues at DepEd. Enough of the finger pointing, although we will need that to correcting our proper. That's useful, but I want us to direct our fingers to ourselves as well. I'm a language educator. I know I on with the same team of Senator Win, this expanded body. There's something that we can do, but let's not abandon a policy that we formulated after 100 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No,
And I'm sorry I'm rushing because
Dr. Fermin, for that. Just one question, and maybe I can ask this later on to SIL. I think I asked this last time. Filipino child be bilingual upon birth?
yes, Mr. Chair.
And how many Filipino children are bilingual at birth? Just I know you don't have the survey, no, but just observation from your expert opinion. Is the Filipino child naturally bilingual at birth? This is I know it takes we will need a lot of research to answer that, but from your opinion lang, no?
Sa akin pong opinyon at sariling karanasan, pero mayroong pagkataal sa parehong Tagalog ng Nueva Ecija at Ingles. Malinaw kong masasabi na ako sa konteksto ng parehong Ingles at Filipino. Ang Ingles at Filipino, hindi ko masagot. Pag-aaral na sinagawa ni Ocampo noong 2008 ay nagpapakita bilingual configuration mayroon ang Pilipino. Kung alin ang mas nauna o mas naging mas malakas, hindi natin talaga masukat. Pero batid natin na kapag nasa bahay tayo, kung kinarap kita, ayan. Na, touch na yan. Kasi po, ang pagiging bilingual natin ay kaya napakalaking impluwensya kung paano nakikisalamuha ang isang bata sa mas malawak konteksto. Pinanganak ba tayo bilingual? Sa tingin ko po, yes. Opo, mahal na senador. Pero kung alin yung naging mas malakas na wika, sasagutin ko yan, depende kung saan ka nag-aral. Kasi nung napasok na ako sa Catholic school, may tuwang na.
Thank you, Dr. Fermin. Father Ben, I don't know if you still remember your comment that you want to make after Dr. Carino's presentation, then to SIL. Then we'll do the rounds again.
Reflect on something with Dr. Carino. One of the points you made is that in the post-test that you had in grade 4, that it seems that those who studied in Tagalog were actually stronger, made the transition better than those who were in mother tongue. No? Maybe it's implementation, but that's what you find. Anyway, that's you can date it, but that's the result. Maybe in principle it should not be so, but that's the. And one of the thoughts I have had is that I've noticed, I told I'm Ilocano, I grew up in Bacnotan, La Union. I'm quite surprised that they use Tagalog a lot now. When I was growing up, you never heard any other language, no, except Ilocano. But the situation is shifting. That's the point I want to make. Because of migration, because of media, even in a farming town like Bacnotan, the materials from DA are all in Tagalog. So there are a lot of influence that is shifting the language. That's what I'm finding. And this is that my fellow Ilocanos there, we speak in Ilocano, but when they text me in Tagalog. Which tells you that we maybe have to rethink between the oral language and the written language. And that what is happening is that as far as the written Tagalog to English is easier because they already write, because they already see a lot of written things in Tagalog. That's what I'm seeing. No? I'm quite surprised. The young woman who takes care of our house in there, we're talking in Ilocano, but she'll text him in Tagalog. No? It seems Tagalog has become an easier written language. So I think we have to think about all of these things because part of our goal is reading. No? As far as education is concerned, reading is very, very crucial. And so the ability for them to read eventually. So just like us, I'm just asking us to think about these realities that are happening. Final point is that I move around the country a lot. I move around Mindanao a lot. I was just in Dinagat. I was just in Sulu. I go to Marawi a lot. The young people, most of them speak to me in Tagalog now. They're quite fluent. I don't know Maranao, so obviously I cannot. I don't know Tausug, but they're quite at ease when we talk in Tagalog. So the situation in the country is changing. And maybe my main point, Senator, is that whatever law we have, we should be flexible because the language situation is changing in the country. I'm in favor of using the language that will help the children best. But what that is changing. And so we have to be very careful about crafting a law that's too rigid because then it makes it harder. And also to remember, we have to take more into consideration the influence of many others. Media is quite powerful. And anyway, as I said, I'm quite surprised that whether I'm in Dinagat or in Sulu or in Marawi or in Maguindanao, the children are quite at ease. At least in colloquial Tagalog. No? The last point is that there really is a difference between the written language, and the colloquial. No? Knowing the colloquial language does not make you able to read. I have very highly educated friends who speak Ilocano fluently, but if I ask them to read at mass, they cannot read. They stutter and so forth. So there is assuming that you know the local colloquial language means that you can read better is not obvious. It's not obvious. They would rather read in English. So anyway, that's my main a lot of my big concern is the transition to the language of learning. So And eventually, whether we like it or we don't like it, the language of learning will be Filipino and English, unless the country changes. Until the country changes, uh, whether we like it, I'm not totally in favor. I wish we did what Indonesia did. I really wish we did and made a decision to have a common language, which is used for everything. But I don't think we have the political will to do that. But given the fact that if they want to go on to education, they have eventually to learn English. Whether I'm not saying it's a good thing, but that's the reality that we have. We have to really ask ourselves, what is the best transition to the written language? Because uh, whether you can speak English well is not as important as whether you can read it well and understand it well. So I guess my main conclusion, Mr. Chairman, is whatever you do with the law, please don't make it rigid. Make it flexible. And on the part of the DepEd, I've worked with DepEd for many years. The relationship between central, division, and principal is not very. If anything that should come out of this review, we have to find a way from the circular memo to the division, understanding to the school, many problems. That was very obvious in the K-12 transition. I was following that. So, whatever we do, Mr. Chair, a lot more flexibility and a lot will be done, and find a way so that the DepEd system really allows a lot more decentralization. I think it's the only way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Well, the law itself made it rigid, no? Because it's specified, and it's a principle that will be in our implementation of the K-12 law. No, so it became the general rule. No? But you have different scenarios. Those different scenarios. No, but then again, because the permutation is so complex, no, that on the ground we're seeing different ways of implementing the rule. So with that, we'll also call yes, from the SAL, Ms. Gonzalez. I think you were raising your hands earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to say na, as we have seen, linguistics is essential in understanding the issues in MTB MLE. So we really need a good grasp of what's happening in the field, especially what's happening as far as linguistics and even social linguistics is concerned. First of all po, I would like to comment dun sa Ilocano. We maybe many of us assume that Cordilleran languages emerged from Ilocano, but they are actually different languages, although they are related. But Ilocano is Cordilleran, Meso-Cordilleran languages, where the languages in CAR belong to. So that's why we cannot say na maybe the Cordilleran people really know how to speak Ilocano. It is only because through contact that they have acquired intelligibility of Ilocano. So now because it's very obvious of Cordilleran languages like Itneg, there are many communities in Abra that are still monolingual, and even in Kalinga. So I think you can verify that information from the teachers and the community. So these children really do not speak Ilocano, Tagalog, or English at all when they start going to school. And I would like this example po on how we dealt with language variation. I think this will help us on figuring out how to deal with language variation. So region 1 is predominantly Ilocano, but the Cordilleran people who are in the borders of Ilocos and Benguet. So this includes Kankanaey, Ibaloy, Kalanguya, and we also did Itneg in Laud. So we'd like to present to you Ibaloy orthography in Region 1. So Ibaloy has several distinct varieties. So in earlier studies, there are only 2, but according to the teachers and one of the Bible translators in the area, there are maybe 4. So you have the central, the central, the west, the east, and the southern varieties. Next slide, please. So it is a very complicated situation because the sound system of Ibaloy is very complex. According to one international linguist, it is one of the most difficult languages of the Philippines because of the variation. So what the teachers and the elders did with the help of a facilitator or a consultant from Benguet, who is also a Bible translation and with wide experience on what effective is. This is what they did. So they studied the sound system of the language. So this is linguistics. And then they also try to find out what is the language attitude of the speaker. So although there are variation of the language, but it seems like the Ibaloy still wants to have this common identity as Ibaloy. They don't want to have different orthographies. And then they also consider the ease of teaching and learning. So they don't want to make decide. They don't want to have symbols that they would need complex rules to write. Like, because we have rules in writing, so they don't want to, let's choose the symbol and then let's make a rule when to use this symbol. So they don't want that. They want to simplify, and that is maximally accepted by several communities. And then they also consulted yung previously developed reading materials. Like they have a New Testament long time ago, and they have a dictionary, and they have other materials produced. So they considered that in deciding which symbols are actually useful, which symbols are actually working, and does not make things difficult for the students. And then they also consulted yung orthographies developed in other related languages. So it will help them see what are the options. And then they field tested the orthography and the materials to know if it really works. So this is not a simple process. This requires participation from different stakeholders. So this is a product of field testing and decision making and revising the orthography so that it will be useful. So actually po, there is an orthography developed in CAR. We have been encouraged na to adapt it, or as much as if we can really use the orthography in CAR. But our colleagues in Region 1 thought that the orthography in CAR is not really that useful for them. So that's why we developed a new one. So because this considers all the variations of the language. So this is not reflected in I think in the CAR orthography. I think Dr. Nolasco was part of the earlier process of developing orthographies in CAR. So this is what they did, and I think it's working, and this is tested practically with the New Testament, because there are many readers of the Bible, and they know, and with the Bible, they can test the readability of the symbols used. So that's how you test if it's useful, if you can develop materials in that language. Next slide, please. So these are just examples. So they have just a sound like j, and there is a variation where they would say sha. So for example, a name Jonathan would be Shonatan in in one variety. So it's like that. It's complicated. Next slide, please. So yun. So I think language variation issues can be resolved given enough support through participatory processes, develop and test materials with target users, and with technical support from linguists, the academe, right? It really is, MLE is a need support from various stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Um, we also have a representative from Dr. Henares. Any comments po?
Good afternoon, Mr. Senator. The UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines appreciates the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on the use of the implementation of mother tongue-based multilingual education in the Philippines. UNACOM acknowledges that through the years of its implementation, while there were gains, the MTB-MLE also has its share of its challenges that are difficult to ignore. In fact, it brings us further reflect if it really contributes to inclusion, which is at the core of the Sustainable Development Goals. Furthermore, has it become a bridge or a barrier? UNESCO firmly promotes the MTB-MLE, which allows children to embrace cultures, assess other cultures, and appreciate diversity and individuality. It also believes that MTB-MLE is an important factor for inclusion and quality education. In its publication in 2014, UNESCO identified critical areas of emphasis for the viability of MTB-MLE. The first is the appropriate curriculum, or the curriculum shall correspond or relate to the culture of the community. The second is community ownership. It is imperative that writing systems are deemed acceptable by both language speakers and other relevant parties. To achieve this, a participatory approach that places the language community at the forefront is essential. This approach will guarantee that the writing system is appreciated, accepted, accurate, and owned by the community. The third is interagency partnership. Non-governmental groups, community organizations, academic institutions, and government actors must work together to ensure that programs are effectively institutionalized and that high-quality research on language and education continues to impact teaching approaches. And fourth are the teachers. The extensive use of cultural knowledge and tools by MTB-MLE teachers has the potential to foster strong connections with their students. UNESCO created the Asia-Pacific Multilingual Education Working Group, which includes universities, bilateral and UN agencies, and international non-governmental organizations. The developing mother tongue-based multilingual education projects for marginalized areas in different countries in the Asia-Pacific region. The Multilingual Education Working Group promotes technical and substantive assistance for multilingual education projects and evidence-based policy advocacy through the region. UNESCO also supports the annual observance of International Mother Language Day, which promotes the significance of cultural and linguistic diversity and multilingualism for peaceful and sustainable societies. In addition, initiated the Indigenous Language Decade from 2022 to 2032, 10-year action plan designed to draw global attention to the critical decline of indigenous languages and the imperative need to preserve, revitalize, and commemorate them. It also launched the World Atlas of Languages to safeguard, revitalize, and promote worldwide diversity of languages and multilingualism. Despite the efforts of UNESCO, and international organizations to assist member states such as the Philippines in the implementation of the MTB-MLE, admittedly, it is difficult to circumvent hurdles such as the presence of multiple languages in schools, lack of learning materials, and teachers' lack of proficiency in teaching mother tongue. In Metro Manila, some parents have observed that the instruction of the mother tongue subject seems similar to that of the Filipino subject. As the country's bridge to UNESCO programs, we are of the view that some studies, and we've submitted this to the committee secretary, could be useful as we gear towards a more in-depth analysis of the perceived gains as well as losses implementing the MTB-MLE. Amid some success stories at the global level, there is a need to focus on the Philippine context and experiences and how that could be further analyzed through a national evaluation or impact study for enhancement of MTB-MLE's use and implementation. We support efforts that are aligned to this, with the hope that it will also consider the impact of MTB-MLE on the preservation of every language's unique cultural and intellectual heritage. UNACOM also recognizes the importance of relevant stakeholders and partners, including communities, non-state actors, academics, the Asia-Pacific Multilingual Education Working Group, and international development organizations to improve pedagogically sound multilingual education programs with well-trained teachers and quality learning materials in all relevant languages. Rest assured that UNACOM will continuously provide current and available materials or studies of UNESCO for the Philippine government's consideration. Thank you very much, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Dr. Henares. Dr. Henares, you mentioned various studies, no, as the basis. What are those studies in particular?
We've actually submitted a list of references that are in our statement. No? So the first one was a 2014 study that identified critical areas for emphasis of the viability of MTB and MLE. You know? And as I mentioned earlier, there were four elements that are very important, which are appropriate curriculum, community ownership, interagency partnership, and teachers. We've also shared a link of references. There are actually several references that we...
Can you enumerate those references so we'll capture them?
They're actually references, they're actually websites. URL links. No? So it's ibeUnesco.org. It's a glossary curriculum of terminologies for multilingual education. There's an article, Why Mother Language-Based Education is Essential. And other documents, the World Atlas of Languages, a case study, effective practices database. So there's the Patani Malay Thai Bilingual Multilingual Education, South Africa's UNESCO Literacy Prize, and other studies.
Did UNESCO conduct any study TV? Did you conduct any study on MTB that will lead you to support it? Aside from all the...
The UNESCO National Commission did not do any studies on MTB.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your support is based on all of those?
On the UNESCO studies. Yeah.
Conducted a UNESCO study?
No. The UNESCO National Commission did not conduct its own study. So yes, we are from the National Commission. So these are studies that are actually collated all these documents.
You're the Philippine National Commission.
Yes, that is right, Mr. Senator.
You're not UNESCO.
Oh, you're not UNESCO.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I thought you're a UNESCO person. Okay. Anong ginagawa ng Philippine National Commission for UNESCO? What is...
So we're responsible.
Agency?
Yes, we are, sir.
Okay, so
under
what
the
do you...
Department of Foreign Affairs.
What
are compliant with all our commitments to UNESCO in all 5 sectors, which would include culture, education, communications information. So we're responsible for programs like World Heritage, geoparks, biosphere reserves, creative cities, learning cities. So we actually coordinate with the various government agencies we need to look at.
Your commission also responsible in monitoring, supervising, or gathering information regarding mother tongue?
Yes, sir. If we are asked to gather information government and send it to the necessary government
But have
agencies.
you endeavored any research or any information gathering regarding mother tongue?
Not. I'm just new in the commission, so not that I am familiar with, sir. But we gather all these documents for.
Support is your support to mother tongue earlier is the Philippine National Commission support, not the UNESCO support.
So, sir, when we say support is we want to see it happen, but of course we need to look at the issues that are preventing it from being implemented. But given the UNESCO has undertaken and it's been proven in other countries that mother tongue-based education is viable our young people, no? So this is how we see it, sir.
Okay, and that's the Philippine National Commission's support, not the UNESCO.
Yes, it's a UNESCO
Commission. It's the Commission support.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. I will also joined by Dr. Casanova. Sir, I know. No, I think you submitted to us a presentation, but it's quite. It's a very long presentation. Maybe you can just give us your thoughts on the matter, or just summarize to us, just synthesize to us which. What are your thoughts on matter? We invited you last time. I know that you've already made some comments, but if you have any additional comments, let us know.
Meron po inihandang PowerPoint. Lahat po ang aming mga kaisipan at pananaw hinggil po dito sa MTBM ay medyo mahaba at akin lamang pong babasahin ang nais namin iparating hinggil po sa isyong ito.
Ilang pages po yung
mga kalahati lamang po. PowerPoint presentation ay more than 50 slides. Mahigit po 55
medyo marami ho yun eh. No? Baka magalit na ho sa akin itong mga kasamahan ho natin. Ano na lang, if you maybe you have something in your slide that you want to highlight, read through the position page.
May pahayag ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino ang pagsuporta nito sa pagpapatuloy ng implementasyon ng MTB-MLE hindi lamang sa estratehikong lokasyon kundi sa lahat ng panig ng kapuluan. Kung ang implementasyon nito ay kawalan ng sapat na materyales, ang kailangan ay pagpapaigting at pagpapahusay ng produksyon ng mga kagamitang panturo sa mga katutubong wika bansa at kakailanganin ang karagdagang pondo at sapat na panahon sa panig ng mga guro na bahagi sa paghahanda ng materyales. Ibayuhin ang implementasyon ng MTB-MLE lalo't pinatutunayan ng maraming pag-aaral na mabisa ang paggamit ng unang wika sa paglinang ng pagkamalikhain at kakayahang kognitibo at komunikatibo ng mga mag-aaral. Ang pakay ng edukasyon ay paglinang sa malikhain, critical at discursive na kasanayan. Hindi lamang ito usapin ng wikang panturo. Usapin din ito ng nilalaman ng wika, tulad ng kultura at kasaysayan. Hinggil sa limitadong bilang sa produksyon ng mga kagamitang panturo, binanggit ni Yusek San Antonio ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon ng nakaraang organisasyon, the department already produced sources for 19 languages of the Philippines, which covered almost 80% population, and are focused to develop resources for indigenous peoples' languages. Sa huli, magalang na inirecommend Pilipino na paigtingin ang evaluasyon sa implementasyon ng programang MTB. Ang mga bagay na dapat paunlarin. Suriing mabuti kung saan nagkakaroon ng upang matugunan ang mga ito. Magkaroon ng enhancement na nagtuturo ng mother tongue. Gawin ding bahagi ng pangmatagalang plano sa edukasyon na mabigyan ng access na mamamayan na IPs. Mabigyan sila ng scholarship, lalo na sa larang ng edukasyon, upang magkaroon ng IPs na magiging edad. Yun po ang pinofocus ng aming PowerPoint sana.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Kanina nabanggit niyo 80%. No? I think that is a bone of contention earlier.
Ito
And
po ay binanggit ng dating sa DepEd.
meron ba ho kayong tuwal na pananaliksik kung ilan ba ho talaga ang lengguwahe natin, at yung 80% ba na yan ay na-validate ba ho natin na 80%? Kasi from where I stand, it seems to me it's a passed on information eh. Antonio, pumunta ho sa KFW, meron ngayon lang ho, I've been hearing, for example, in Cordillera, merong 30 plus. Ngayon ko, naraman ko kanina sa Bicol, merong 13 at sa Region 6, 20. So, meron ba ho tayong validation? Did we validate the 80%?
Okay. Batay po sa pananaliksik, meron po tayong 130 na ipadaan na po sa validasyon. At tayo po, ang bilang po namin sa Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino, dahil ang totoo niyan, bukas so may pulong kami kasama ang PSA dahil nais naming mabatid kung paano po nila nakuha yung bilang na 245 hanggang 250, ano po, yun ang lumalabas. At bukas po namin mababatid kung paano po ba nila nakuha ang bilang na ito. Dahil kami po kasi sa Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino ay inuunawa namin at siguro palagay namin na ang bilang na ito ay kabuuan ng lahat ng dialekto o variety. Kasi po, ang isang pangunahing wika ay maaring magkaroon ng 3, 5, 8, 12 variety o tinatawag nating dialekto. Kaya gusto namin malaman kung ang bilang na yan po ba ay ganoon po ba ang sistema. Kasi ang ginamit po kasi nilang salita ay household languages. Kaya medyo may pagkakaiba po yung description ng bilang.
I would wish that question should have been answered 15 years ago. No? So that we won't end up in this 4-hour hearing for the third time. So
ang Commission
believe me, I don't like sitting for a long time. No, and I don't think everyone wants to sit for a long time, but this is a topic that we want to really thresh out and really look into it. Be
Apo.
recommending something that is very
Kaya yung ipabatid sa lawas na ito na ang aming po mga pagbuo ng ortografiya na siyang batayan po ng pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo at mga paglilimbag ng mga aklat ay nababatay din po sa mga datos na partnership po at kolaborasyon sa DepEd.
And I understand, no, that it's a collaboration, but where is the data, the evidence? That's what I'm pointing, because we looked at the PSA data also, no, and it's an open. I know that it's an open-ended question based on census. People were asked. In fact, I looked at whether they have broken down the languages in Bicol. It's not. No, it's not. It's still one. Currently, our constituents wrote down either dialects, variety, or languages to a tune of about 230, 245. No? So, I'm telling you, when you meet them tomorrow, they'll tell you that it's based on an open-ended question and it's a general answer. No? Meaning, Bicol, Bicol lang. They didn't say it's, ano ba yung nakasulat doon? Rinconada, Bicol. So it's not like that. So my point there, before we enter into a massive implementation, all of this data, no, so that we know the scope of the implementation. No? So we know the complexity and most especially how much do we need to implement this seamlessly and without any major complications. Because what I'm hearing right now, these are really major complications. It's not minor complications that we can tweak and then next year ayos na ito. My next question to DepEd: how long can we fix this? How much do we need to allocate? And then when do we see a seamless implementation of at least minimum compliance of the law? Those are the questions that I will ask later on. But my question to KWF is these are very fundamental question. Ilan ba ho talaga official languages natin? No? Yun ang fundamental question because the number consistent with the LIS of DepEd. No? Mga 200 plus rin na detect in your LIS. Yep, mga 200. I saw the literature on that. It's the same as PSA, more or less. No? Sir.
Nais ko lang patuloy po ang pagsasagawa ng pananaliksik hinggil sa ortografiya. Ang totoo po, 20 bilang full-time commissioner sa komisyon, utang ko po ang bilang na 130. At ito po ay naging 132 noong nakaraang taon. Yung taon, may target po kami na makatapos ng 4 hanggang 6 na ito po dahil din po sa kondisyon namin, siyempre ayaw ko na ulitin yung pondo, ano po. At saka, iyon po talaga ay, ang target po namin hanggat maaari ay makabuo ng mga ortografiya ng 4 hanggang 6 sa loob ng 1 taon dahil may mga limitasyon din po ang paglikha ng alam niyo na, mga kondisyon na katulad po ng pondo at saka bilang. Ngunit maliwanag po dito na simula nung ako ay umupo po ay sa mga ortografiyang ginagamit ng DepEd. Nung mga nagdaang panahon na nasa pamamahala ng ating Pilipino ay may mga imprimatur na po. Okay, ang KWF sa ginagamit nilang orthography po ay may mga imprimatur din na galing din sa SIL. Tama po ba 'yon? Kung kaya't itong tatlong ito ay nagkaka-collaborate po.
Sana ho itong mga ganitong may KWF. Yung mga I think what happened here is you met, you had the meet series. There's no documentation, no, as to what went on in terms of thought process and basis. That's what we're trying to find out right now.
Okay.
No, what is the basis why we implemented this this method?
Meron po kaming dokumentasyon hinggil po sa kasaysayan o mga pangyayari at ito po ay mga limbag ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino sa pagkipagtulungan ng KWF Commissioner ng SWAC o Sentro ng Wika at Kultura ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino, DepEd at ng ang Bicol ay Pangasinan 2014, Ilocano 2012, 2018, 2022, Kapampangan 2016, Inawit 2016, Malawig 2016, Kalanguya 2016, Kankanae 2016, 2018, Kinamayo 2018, Gadang 2019, Paranan 2021, Yogad 2022, Sinubuanong Binisaya 2022 at ang mga nagawa ng DepEd arm na sa pagkipagtulungan po sa KWF simula po noong 2018 ay mga wikang Maranao, Maguindanaon, Yakan, Sinama, Tiduray, Iranon. At may nga natapos na rin po kami mga ortografiya, ngunit hindi pa po nalilimbag katulad po ng ortografiya ng mga ng sa pakipagtulungan po ng DepEd, Bataan at SIL. Hinigaunon sa pakipagtulungan sa DepEd, Region 10 at mga dibisyon nito. At may mga limbag na ortografiya na kasalukuyang binubuo rin po. Takirino, Butuanon, Rinconada, Sursuganon, Bungkalot, wika ng Barlig, Mountain Province, Kinachakran, Pinalig, Linias, Alta, Inata. Yan po ang mga nagawa po ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino simula pa po ng mga unang taon na nabanggit ko dito kanina. At kasalukuyan po, karoon kami ng revisyon ng Atlas mga wika sa Pilipinas na nagpapakita po ng recent o pinakabago o updated na bilang ng mga wika at inaayos po namin ang mga katangian o salik ng bawat wika. Ito pong Atlas ng mga wika sa Pilipinas ay nilimbag noong 2007 sa pakipagtulungan din po at inisyatibo po ni Senador Loren Regarda. At ngayon po ay nire-revisa namin dahil 130 wika na nakatala po doon sa Atlas. Kaya inaasahan po namin sa pagtatapos ng taon ay matatapos namin ang Atlas ng wika sa Pilipinas at hindi na po siya 130 lamang dahil marami na rin pong naidagdag.
Chairman, you mean that outside of that 132 languages that you mentioned, because of the Atlas, you detected there are more languages?
Ngayon, iyon po ang dahilan kung bakit nire-revise
natin.
Hindi po nanganganak kung hindi pa na pag-aralan.
Okay. So tama ho yung SIL, tama ho yung PSA, no? Because detect na ho nila, no?
Kaya nga po mayroon kaming mga
pero ang tanong, bakit ho ito ngayon nalalaman natin mas marami pa, pero ang orthography is only 19.
Nabanggit ko po kanina mga orthography.
Pero nung umpisa ho sila, 19.
Opo. Kaya nga po patuloy po ang pag-aaral.
Pero nagtuturo na ho tayo ng mother tongue sa ating mga eskwelahan. Yun po ang punto ho natin eh. Na ho. Ilan na ho ngayon ang officially may orthography, ilan na ho ang
ang binibigay ho talaga na bilang na ginagamit ngayon pinagbabatayan ay 11, hindi ako nagkakamali.
Di ho, parang ngayon, to date ho, ilan po ang meron tayong orthography? Alam niyo ho?
32. Sir, sa dulo. Sa dulo. Sa dulo. Tatlong pong nadadagdagan dahil tulad na nabanggit ko po kanina. 34 na po pala dahil nadagdagan nga po ng
Opo, pero medyo malayo pa ho tayo kung 132 po ang official na na-detect and then dumadami pa ho. And
kaya nga po, medyo mahirap po kasi ang paghahanda ng ortografiya. Dahil ang pananaliksik po dito ay kailangan po ng immersion talaga at nais ko pong idagdag ng aking na may kaugnayan din po sa pagbuo ng mga patakaran namin. Pinibigay ko po sa inyo si Ginoong Anyega.
Paano po ang proseso ng paggagawa ng ortografiya?
Nung nakaraang linggo ay tinutukan po namin ang kasi nais po namin makita talaga yung proseso nang sa ganoon ay ang layunin namin paano po ba mapapabilis buo ng ortografiya dahil nga po may mabagalan kami.
Tagal ang paggagawa po ng ortografiya?
Simula pa noong 2016.
More or less ho.
Kung talaga po gawin po talaga yan na ay pinakamahina 3 buwan. Kung minsan naabutin po ito ng 1 taon sa isang wika. Immersion po. Kasi hindi lamang po wika ang tinututukan ng mga mananaliksik, kundi may ang kaugnayan din po nito sa kultura at kasaysayan.
Magkano po ang para ortografiya? Anong budget ang kailangan?
More than 700,000.
Mahigit na po 700,000 piso ang gugugulin para pagbuo ng ortografiya.
Mr. Chair.
Someone's yes.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Since nasa orthography po ang ating discussion, gusto lang po namin ipakita yung mga nagawa namin in partnership within ABC. Kailangan po ang orthography sa development na ay magde-develop ng materials, kailangan merong basihan yung mga susulat para ang spelling ay consistent and accurate. So, kung complete na uupo para tumingin at gumawa kahit simpleng editing guide po ay medyo madali po siyang gawin. Lalo na kung na-analyze na ang lengguwahe, na-analyze na yung mga sound system o yung phonemes, and then may representation na yung mga phonemes na yon na siyang nagiging graphemes na ginagamit natin sa writing system ng language. Magiging mas madali po ang proseso. Bigay ko po siguro isang example, yung nangyari sa Sinubo ng Binisaya, kung papaanong ang sinimula ng isang dialect can be used dun sa mga susunod na iba't ibang dialekto, no? Miss Hazel. Experience namin ng Sinugbo ng Binisaya within the ABC Plus project. So mapapansin niyo po, ang goal po ng activity ay gumawa ng materials. At sa paggawa ng materials, kailangan po natin ng editing guide. Ito po kasi ang magiging basihan para ang mga manunulat ay pare-pareho po ang kanilang yung spelling ng mga words. Kasi po mahirap kung ang isang word ay na-spell ng iba't iba ng bawat isang manulat. So dapat merong basihan. So sa paggawa po ng materials na natin, tinignan po natin yung existing na orthography galing sa Cebu dialect. Nakita po yun po yung pagtuturo ng nakita namin na hindi siya posible para sa isang highly specialized material for grade 1. And so, ano po ang ginawa namin? We need to rearrange yung representation graphemes. Ni-rearrange po namin siya para po tayo ay makagawa ng specialized grade 1 reading material. Nyo po ay nasa Negros Occidental ang testo niya. Na-rearrange natin na sequence for the Negros. Tinry ko pong ipakita ito sa Davao City. Sila na marami doon ang pwede nang gamitin. So, with minor adjustments, yung rearrangement na yon ng letters ay magagamit sa Davao City. So, kita namin doon na talagang hindi nasasayang yung anumang step na natatapos sa proseso. Hindi siya natatapon kasi napapakinabangan po siya ng 3 dialects po ng Cebuanong Binisaya. Napansin ko po kanina sa PSA, yung Boholano po ay under yan ng Cebuanong Binisaya. Isang dialect lang po siya ng Cebuanong Binisaya. So dapat nakaklamp po siya with the Cebuanong Binisaya language.
Ano katagal ho itong prosesong to?
Yung kung editing guide po na
To come up with an orthography, how long will it take? Yeah, just ano lang, based on your experience.
kung from scratch
From
po ba
scratch.
ang natin?
From scratch. Just out of your experience.
Normally po, with 5 days of workshop sa vocabulary, pero may ano na po yung may preliminaries, we would send yung list of words na i-fill out na nila. Tapos po yung process ng orthography, siguro kaya po siya ng 1 week, pero we have to pilot test po yun sa community.
Yeah, but from start to end. From start to becoming nga po. How long?
Kayo po 2 months? 3 months? Ayun, depende po din sa type of people na
Can
kasama
that be implemented at the regional level? Come up with their own orthography?
Regional
Are they
level po yung ginagawa namin.
ng DepEd? Can that be implemented?
Meron lang pong konting kasi ang isang lengguwahe ay nagko-cross over na ibang region. So mas maganda kung talagang mayu-unify siya, and minsan at the regional level mas madaling unify kung kahit na maraming dialect within one region. Pero in cases na nag-crossover po na ibang region, minsan mas mahirap ang coordination.
Yeah.
Pero kaya naman po kung talagang tututukan at saka talagang mag-collaborate ng iba't
Yeah.
ibang
Chairman, go ahead.
Meron lang po sana akong idagdag hinggil po sa sagot sa tanong niyo kanina kung gaano katagal bubuo ang isang ortografiya. At tulad na banggit kanina po, nakasaad ang mga tuntunin sa palabaybayan at iba pang aspekto ng wika. Sa karanasan po ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino, narito po proseso ng aming pananaliksik at ortografiya. Ay pakikipag-ugnayan sa komunidad, katuwang na institusyon, kalimitan po ito ay umaabot ng 1 hanggang 2 buwan. Kasama dito ang pagtukoy sa mga makakatuwang, makakatrabahong manunulat at iba pang paghahanda. Ikalawang hakbang po ay ang pagkuha ng free, prior, and informed consent sa komunidad na inaabot po ng 3 hanggang 6 na buwan.
Paggawa ng ortografiya, kailangan ng
Po.
free, prior, informed consent?
Opo.
Ganun ba ho yun?
Nagpapaalam po tayo sa dahil
Mahirap kunin ho yan.
ito po ay sulong ng kasi yan po ang
Mr. Chair.
patakaran ngayon.
Sige, after, sige, tapusin niyo, Chairman.
Okay.
Hindi ho kaya ng 3 months ho yan.
Kaya nga po, 3 hanggang 6. Ikatlong hakbang po ay pananaliksik kaugnay ng ponolohiya. Ito po inaabot. Tapos susundan po ito ng right shop na binanggit po kanina. Ito po yung pagbuo at ng ortografiya. At ito po ay maaaring gumugol ng 5 araw. Ang susunod na hakbang borador ng ortografiya na umaabot po ng 1 hanggang 2 buwan, kung minsan pa po ay higit pa po dito ang bilang ng buwan na gugugulin. Susunod na hakbang po ay pagsusuri sa borador ng ortografiya na na linggo at ito po ay susundan ng pagkonsulta sa komunidad hinggil sa nabuong ortografiya, maaring 1 o 2 araw. Pagsasapinal ng borador ng ortografiya, 1 hanggang 2 buwan. At pinal na aprobasyon ng ortografiya. Kaya babalik po ako doon sa sinabi ko kanina na pinakamahina po ang 3 buwan upang mabuo ang ortografiya at kadalasan po ay 1 taon. Kuminsan nga po lumalagpas pa kasi mahirap din po kuminsan yung konsultasyon sa mga community of elders ng isang kultural na pamayanan na nagsasalita ng isang. Ito po yung larawan, tunay na larawan ng pananaliksik. Ang panahon na inilalaan po sa pagsasabi at siyempre po bukod pa po sa usapin ng
Thank you, Chairman. Rose, meron na bang division na nagsulat ng ortografiya, their own? Can you please use the microphone?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Yung mga binanggit na kasi what we are preparing.
These are division, regional level or
Yes, region and
initiated-
division wide. Yes.
Region
initiated.
and division initiated orthographies.
Yes, through the help of SIL. Tapos meron po silang mga local KWF. Sa
They went through
local.
that process. They went to get the FPIC.
Grabe po yung lalo na yung iPad kasi kailangan po kahit drawing lang po halimbawa ng baso, kailangan po yun i-approve. Ganon po siya.
Trabaho ba ho yan ng DepEd? Aren't you supposed to teach?
Hindi na po yung teacher ang
Supposed to do all of these things? Diba? Because I read the charter of the KFW, ang preservation is with KFW. I read the Basic Education Act again. I didn't see any mandate there to preserve language.
wala po. Ang sa amin po is really for the youth education.
Ano na yan, after na yan, because of
Kasi
RA
before-
10533. But the original law,
Yes.
specifying DepEd, the charter of DepEd, nowhere can I found the word preservation of. Here sa KFW is very clear.
Yes.
In letter B. No?
Sometimes po we do considerations kasi knowing po na ilan lang po yung tao ng KWF kaya
Aren't supposed to be ang DepEd and our teachers. Diba, ang reklamo nga ni Mr. Benjo is kulang ng oras ang mga teachers, diba? Benjo? Tapos kukuha pa ng FPIC?
Hindi po ang teachers ang meron po kayong
Yeah, I know. I'm
tayong
just
IP
making it
coordinator.
extreme, no?
Sige po.
I'm exaggerating
Meron
to
pa
be
tayong
honest about it.
IP coordinators po sa field and they're the ones coordinating with this IP community. Thank you po,
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Nolasco, go ahead po, sir. If you want to
Yung
participate.
FPIC sa mga indigenous peoples groups, pero dun sa hindi mga IPs, hindi kailangan ng FPIC. Yun, no?
Yes.
At ang reklamo nila, matagal magbigay yung NCIP, kaya tumatagal. Yung palagay ko, tama si Commissioner Art, dun sa 3 months, no? Reasonable. Pero yung dun sa 3 months na yun, tama rin sila Cecil, kasi kailangan maganda yung paghahanda. Sa pag-pilot test na yung orthography. Kasi pagkatapos gawin yan, kailangan tingnan dun sa mga bata kung talagang shoot yun dun sa kakayahan nila. And that will take time. Tama yung ating mga resource person pagsabi na dun sa 3 months.
Isn't it the best scenario is DepEd will be given the orthographies and just to teach? I mean, the basic is to teach. I mean, that's the basic to develop the materials, and the process of coming up with an orthography is a language and preservation process which is under the mandate of KWF.
Basta ang is really that they should ensure na na-field test yun sa bata. Kasi those yun po. So,
Yeah.
we really would like to assure that. Kasi, who will be the user of this material?
Dr. Carino, go ahead. And then, and then we can call on Dr. Del Pilar after. Sir, sorry for the wait.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in relation to the approval of orthography, I would just like to ask, because, for example, almost 16 in 2021. So that's in 2021. That's what we have submitted, and it has completed the 4 minima in CAR. So after DepEd gives it to KW, these are already tested. We already got the FPIC. Would that be shorter if in case after the or central office it goes to you, sir? And I'm also confused of SIL. But in the field, what we want is we should really receive the authority now these resources to really be used. So yun po yung, I'm sorry, but that's the confusion that I as a regional director has, because why would it take one which was tested already and with approved FPIC?
I would assume that who can approve or fees. Tama po ba?
Approve.
How do we, who says this is official? No, who says this
Kami
is
po ay
official?
nananaliksik. Kailangan po ng DEP collaborate kami at katulad ng mga nangyari noon ay mayroong imprimatur po.
But there's no, again, no, educate me. I'm not an expert in this. What is the process or a vetting process? How do we know that it went through the correct process? Yeah, go ahead, sir. You may take your seat here. No, I can't. I think you're the expert in this subject matters.
Sir, sa kaso po ng KWF, kaya ito tumatagal, sir, kasi ibinabalik po namin ang aming mga finished products sa sabi kung ito ay katanggap-tanggap sa kanila. Hindi po tayo pwedeng maglabas ng materyales na hindi tinatanggap ng komunidad kasi hindi po nila ito gagamitin. Salamat po.
But test. Then second, is there an approval at the end? Diba? So you subject it to the community. The community will say, okay, let's implement it. Who says that? I'm trying to educate myself.
Opo sir, kung matatandaan po natin yung pinakita pong process map o step-by-step process or timeline po ni Chair Casanova kanina, binabanggit po dito sir na ang may final say ay ang komunidad. sa sandaling na ibigay na po nila yung kanilang seal of approval, then sinasabi po namin sa DepEd na ito po ay maaari na pong ipagamit at i-imprint.
Thank you. Thank you. May mga katanungan pa ho ako, but we'll finish first the rounds, no? So everyone will be given a chance to make their comments. Dr. Del Pilar, any comments? And then to Mr. Rodriguez.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Dr. Sherwin Gatchalian ng mga kasama ko sa NRCP MTBMLE Discussion Group at sa MLE Study Group sa problema na humahadlang sa pagkamit ng higit na biyaya mula sa programang MTBMLE sa ating mga paaralan. Nais kong pagtuunan ng pansin ang kanyang banggit sa resulta ng TIMSS 20 bumaba ng 83 puntos sa science at ng 61 puntos sa math ang marka ng mga batang Pilipinong grade 4 mula nang huli tayong sumali sa pagtatasa noong 2003. Ang mga markang ito ay ang pinakamababa sa 64 na bansa na lumahok sa TIMSS 2019. Sa aking palagay, tama ang paglipat sa sistemang MTBMLE sa pagbaba ng mga marka sa TIMSS 20. Linaw dapat sa lahat na ang posibleng epektong ito ay malamang nadulot ng kakulangan sa kakayahan ng mga guro na magturo ng agham at matematika sa L1 at hindi ng kawalan ng kakayahan ng mga wikang mga asignaturang ito tulad ng kakayahan ng Thai, Vietnamese, Malay, Inchik at marami pang ibang wika. Ang ating mga guro ay nagsanay sa loob ng ilang taon sa pagtuturo ng science at math sa wikang Ingles. Para sa marami, ang anumang pagsasanay nila sa pagtuturo gamit ang L1 ay malamang nakulang pa para mapantayan ang dating pagpapakita ng mga batang Pilipino sa TIMSS 2003 na hindi na rin kasiyasiyan noon pa man. 358 sa math at 332 sa 25 bansang lumahok para sa parehong asignatura. Sa isang na inilathala mula 1953 hanggang 1982, pinaghambing ang bisa ng Hiligaynon, Pilipino at Filipino sa Ingles bilang wikang panturo sa agham, matematika at ibang mga asignatura mula grade 1 hanggang unang taon sa college ibang etnolinguistikong grupo. Pabor sa mga wikang Pilipino ang 12 sa mga pag-aaral, pabor sa Ingles ang 1 at pantay ang 2 wika sa 3 pag-aaral. Ihahayag ko po ngayon ang aking rebista na aking ibinahagi sa 5 o 6 na mga siyentipikong pagtitipon nitong mga nakaraang buwan. Pwede po ba nating ipakita yung...
Yeah, let's show the ComSec.
Yung pong pangalawang slide. Ito pong mga ihahayag ko ngayon ay batay sa rebistang sinulat ko noong 1990 at seminar sa Philippine Normal College. Ito po ang pangalan ng PNU noong 1990 pa. Isinulat kang Filipino sa UP Diliman. Sandali lang po. Bubuksan ko lang po yung ito. At lalabas po ito sa Mabini Journal ng University of the Philippines sa buwan ng Setyembre ng taong ito. Next slide. Ang rebistang po ito ay binubuo o tumingin sa 16 na pag-aaral na nakalap ko mula sa iba't ibang mga aklatan sa Metro Manila at isa po ay nanggaling sa Batangas. 3 ay malakihang pag-aaral na tumagal ng ilang taon o kaya sumakop sa malaking bahagi ng bansa. 5 ang disertasyong pangdoktorado at 3 ang ulat ng pananaliksik para sa mga titulong masterado. Next slide. Ang batayang istruktura ng pag-aaral ay simple po. No? Ang metodong ginamit ay experimental o quasi-experimental. Tulad po ng alam natin siguro, ito ang pinaka-striktong disenyo kapag pinag-aaralan natin ang epekto ng isang bagay sa isang proseso na gusto natin pag-aralan. Next slide. So, itong dalawang grupo po natin ay binubuo hatiin sa dalawang klase base. Isa tuturuan sa wikang Pilipino, ito yung experimental group, at yung grupong tuturuan sa Ingles, ito po yung control group. Noong panahong po yun, 1950 to 1980, English po ang ginagamit para sa actually lahat ng wika, maliban sa lahat ng asignatura, liban lamang sa Filipino o national language. Next slide. Hindi. Tama po yan. Sorry. Previous slide. Dito po, linagay ko yung pamamaraan, kung paano pinagpapantay yung dalawang grupo. Ang pinaka-basic po ay yung random assignment ng mga kalahok. Ibig sabihin, titipunin yung ating kalahok at procedure tulad ng pag-flip ng coin para ilagay sila dun sa dun sa dalawang grupo. Ang pamamaraang random assignment, tulad po ng alam natin siguro, ay ang kay po nito ay hatiin ang mga kalahok pantay, yung dalawang grupo, doon sa mga salik o factors na maaring apekto sa gusto nating sukatin. Ibig sabihin po nito halimbawa, yung katalinuhan ng mga bata, mahati yung, kung meron tayong halimbawang 100 mga estudyante, pag nag-flip tayo ng coin, random procedure, ang pinakamalamang na mangyayari, 50 doon sa 100 ay mapupunta sa Ingles at 50 ay mapupunta sa Filipino. Kung meron tayong pangalawang group, ganon din po ang mangyayari. Pinakamalamang mangyayari, mahahati sila, 50 sa Ingles, 50 sa Filipino. Kaya po ang ating dalawang grupo ay magiging pantay, 50 matalino, 50 hindi matalino para sa grupong Ingles at gayon din po sa grupong Filipino. Ito po ang pinakamalamang na mangyari. At hindi lang po ito inaasahang mangyayari sa mga interest, etc. So, maliban po sa random assignment, mas stricto pa po rito ay yung tinatawag na paris-paris na pagtutumbas. Sa madaling salita, titipunin natin o titingnan natin yung ibang mga katangian. Hindi lamang po katalinuhan, kundi edad, kasarian, at bilang ng mga araw na pumasok sa klase. No? Pagpaparis-parisin natin yung mga kalahok doon sa mga katangiang iyon at saka natin sila hahatiin ng random. Ito po ay mas stricto pa sa random assignment. No? Yung pong dalawang pinakamalaking pag-aaral, na doktorado, ito po ang ginamit na pagtutumbas. Kung hindi naman po, yung mga klase po ay pwedeng piliin, hindi bubuuin na at random, pero titiyakin ng mananaliksik na pantay yung mga kalahok doon sa iba't at ipapakita sa pamamagitan ng statistical test na walang pagkakaiba yung mga method. Maliban sa mga pag-aaral, pinagtutumbas din ang katangian ng mga guro. Ibig sabihin, pantay ang mga guro sa kwalipikasyong pang-edukasyon bilang ng taong nagtuturo, husayan at sigla. No? At panghuli, tinitiyak din na pantay ang kondisyon ng classroom, ang schedule, hindi masyadong extreme, pangkaraniwan lang lahat ng schedule at yung mga materyales at para sa dalawang grupo. Mahalaga po itong banggitin dahil hindi po ito nasunod sa isa sa mga pag-aaral. Slide please. Ito po ang mga pag-aaral ay authors ng mga pag-aaral na ito. Nabanggit na kanina si Aguilar sa Iloilo, siya po ang nagsimula ng lahat ng ito. Yung meron pong Bureau of Public School Study at yung pag-aaral na sa Rizal at ay si Davis. Pagkatapos po yung Mogul Tuy Santos Esclavanan, ito po ay mga doctoral dissertation na ginawa sa UP na iisang disenyo. Pagkatapos, tingnan po natin yung grado mula grade 1 hanggang first year high school ang nasa nasa slide na ito. Ang asignatura, Reading, Arithmetic, Social Studies at Language sa pag-aaral ni Aguilar. Basically, ito po yung mga asignatura na pinag-aralan. Ang wikang itinapat sa Ingles ay Hiligaynon, Pilipino at Filipino. At iba-iba po ang wika ng mga no? Siyempre Tagalog. Sa susunod na slide, makikita naman na next slide please.
Dr. Del Pilar, medyo marami-rami itong slides natin. Furnish everyone a copy of the slides and then let's go straight to your conclusion and then we'll have another hearing. We can talk about in detail your hearing, your findings. But
sige po.
Para we can kasi we have a few more resource persons that we want to call on.
Ulitin ko lang po yung yung mga pag-aaral na ito. Pabor sa mga wikang Pilipino ang 12 sa mga pag-aaral, pabor sa Ingles ang isa, at pantay ang 2 wika sa 3 pag-aaral. Ang resulta ng mga pag-aaral na ito ay patunay na sa ng mga suliranin sa BMLE, hindi dapat tayong magduda sa kakayahan ng ating mga wika na epektibong maturuan ang mga batang matematika. Pinondohan po ng NRCP ngayong 2022 hanggang 2023. Ako po ay Pangulo ng NRCP hanggang 2022. Pinondohan po namin si Dr. Heidi Makahilig ng Philippine Normal University. Partikular na pangangailangan ng mga guro tungo sa higit na pagsasanay para BMLE. Umaasa ako at ang mga kasama ko sa NRCP MTBMLE Discussion Group, ang iba't ibang sektor ng lipunan, patuloy tayo sa tamang landas sa malawakan at matibay na pagsulong ng kaalaman ng mga batang Pilipino sa ating mga paaralan. Salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Del Pilar. Na ginamit niyo ho dito. Parang kakapanganak ko pa lang ho dito.
Pero
magulang ko ho nung 19. Wala ba ho medyo bago-bago na?
Ito po yan, pero yan po dapat po nating tingnan kung valid pa yan o hindi. Hindi nangangahulugan na kapag matagal na, hindi na po valid.
I'm just kidding ho. Niloko ko lang ho kayo. Nakita ko lang ho yung mga studies. And that goes to my comment also last time na after 10 years, no, I would have hoped that DepEd conducted a monitoring and evaluation and impact analysis. This is actually a perfect scenarios wherein MTV can be proven not effective. No? I think right now probably we're a living example of MTB being implemented throughout the country, no? And kung sinabayan ho natin to ng isang research, no? Wala naman, hindi naman mutually exclusive yung implementation research. In fact, dapat sabay nga ho sila. Then by now, after 10 years, we'll see some results, no? Well, it's not too late. Just to DepEd to really allot some money, tama po ba, Doc Del Pilar, to simultaneously study on the ground, no?
Definitely, at tingin ko, Senator Gatchalian, dapat talaga closely monitor ang implementation na napaka-complex. No? Ito po ay suggestion actually ni Randy David, no? Ang sabi niya, ito daw ang MTBMLE daw ay isa sa mga programa na talagang dapat masusing sinusubaybayan, no? As it is implemented. Kaya po kami sa NRCP, dahil 1,000 po ang members namin nationwide para sa isang organisasyon tulad ng sa amin.
Pwede yung tulungan niyo pong ang DepEd, ang NRCP can help DepEd para ho magkaroon ho ng maganda rin independent, no? It's also good to come up with independent studies so that there's no bias, no? It will be completely objective. But then again nga, ang punto ko lang naman, if in 2012, no? By now, 2023, we will have concrete evidence whether it's effective or not. We won't be here spending hours and hours. Ba siya o hindi effective, no? It's sayang. If we have that, then wala tayong pinag-uusapan, no? But since it's not existent, then we're trying to even talk events 10 years, 15 years ago, no, which should not be the case. We'll call on Mr. Basas and then Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you, Dr. Del Pilar. And we'll personally, because I want to look at this on a longer time. No? Thank you. Thank you.
Sige, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Nagpapasalamat din po ako hindi lang dahil sa pagtawag nyo sa amin, kundi doon sa napakamasidhi, no, na pag-aaral po dito sa isang napakamaselang usapin, no, maselan at malalim po na usapin ito at hindi natin maaari, no, na hindi balikan, no, kung yung binabanggit po kanina ni Dr. Del Pilar ay mga pag-aaral ng 1960s o 50s, no. Ako gusto ko pong isama, no, sa nauna, no, na pagsikap ng ating bansa na magkaroon ng isang estado, no, na malaya, no. So it was in 1896, no, na, and in fact prior to that, no, nung yung mga dokumento ng Katipunan, ang unang-una nating pambansang gobyerno ay kumilala, no, dun sa pagkakaiba-iba ng mga wika at nagtalaga ng pwede nating sabihin na pambansang wika, which is Tagalog based. Manila tuloy ang dating, ano. Sa nag-uusap po tayo, no, masakit man, ano po, no. Lingua franca, no, ng ating buong bansa. Kaya po, Senator, nagpapasalamat po ang aming grupo, ang Teachers Dignity Coalition, ano, sa pagtakel ng usapin na ito. Ito ay bahagi ng aming 13 Teachers Dignity Agenda. Agenda number 8 po namin ito, no, na paglinang at pagpapaunlad, no, doon wika, no, ng mga Pilipino, no, na sa tingin namin ay hindi masyadong nabigyan ng prioridad, no, doon sa 10 taon, no, na implementasyon ng K-12, no. Kilala rin po namin, ano, yung iniambag po ni Dr. Carino, no, dito sa usapan na ito at challenging, no, dahil si Dr. Carino po ang ating regional director, yung pinakauna at pwede nating sabihin, ano, lang MTB-MLE ay nagmula, no? Pero ganun din po, no, sapagkat even yung ating mga guro po sa field ay medyo tama po, no, kami doon sa pag-aaral no na inilunsad no at resulta ng pag-aaral po ng inyong tanggapan no even our teachers in the ground po ay talagang parang ayaw na nila no sa MTB MLE at nakalulungkot po 'yon no. So let me just read our statement. The Teachers Dignity Coalition recognizes the Philippines' rich culture. This is evident in our country's incredibly dynamic linguistics, despite the fact that there are only two recognized official languages, English and Filipino. Although English is widely used in commerce, the media, law and governance, and higher education, the majority of individual Filipinos regard it as a foreign language. Meanwhile, Filipino, which is evolved from Tagalog, is the most widely spoken. Most Filipinos, especially those living outside Katagalugan, consider Filipino, Tagalog, and English as their second and third language respectively. Yung Filipino and Tagalog, may slash po ako doon. No? Kasi ang hirap din naman po, no? KWF challenge din po ito. Tagalog ba talaga to? Filipino, kahit po sa akademya, ay nag-aaway-away po yung mga tao, lalo na sa Department of Education. No? Kasi hindi natin alam ano yung mother tongue, Filipino ba o Tagalog? No? Pag ikaw ay nasa Maynila. However, the Philippines' linguistics are not confined. There are over 100 languages that exist and are used. PSA 245. Kayo sa Rizal po, around 180 something, no? Sabi no sa Rizal, that was more than 100 ni Rizal ang ating linguistika. Also, no, and of course, a poet. Every child has the right to receive native language. Children, especially those in the early grades of education, learn better if on a daily basis, a fact that is undeniable. Kanina pinatunayan po natin ito. Napatunayan po na wala namang tumututol. Tongue-based multilingual education was incorporated in RA 10533 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. A significant advancement not only in education but also in the socio-cultural context. Congress recognized the diversity of our country's languages and officially guaranteed them space in educational institutions throughout the country. 10 years after the MTB-MLE program was introduced, it appears that many of our people's expectations have not been met. The MTB-MLE parents, local officials, legislators, some DepEd officials, and even teachers. It is understandable why many people feel this way because considering how poor the MTB-MLE has been implemented by our government, particularly my agency, the DepEd. Thus, we need to concentrate on this failure. The program suspension should not be the main issue at hand if the MTB-MLE suspension is justified because it is not properly implemented in accordance with the spirit and letters of the law. The K-12 program should therefore be halted in its entirety. TDS acknowledges the difficulties in implementing MTB-MLE, particularly in light of the fact that our nation has a far larger population than can be contained within a small area. This indicates a high level of language and cultural diversity and community overlap. In Cotabato, the city, Davao, Zamboanga, Cagayan de Oro, Tacloban, Tuguegarao, Gaspi, Naga, Puerto Princesa, and especially Greater Metro Manila area, or NCR+, have evolved into melting pots of their neighboring communities. Lahat po ng yan ay ko pang mga lugar. A significant issue in these specific places as well as in several other provinces. Diversity such as those in Cordillera, Cagayan Valley, Bicolandia, Mimaropa, Samoro, and Mindanao regions. These difficulties should be considered when the program's assessment and further implementation is modified. We kindly request that the committee, this honorable committee, take the following suggestions into consideration. Number 1, evaluate the DepEd's implementation throughout the previous 10 years. Number 2, provide sufficient funding for the production of resources, publications, modules, and comprehensive teacher training and preparation. Launch a thorough study with the assistance of linguists, anthropologists, historians, other experts using information from prior studies and other national and international resources. Raise awareness, employing both mainstream and alternative media to inform and educate the general public using their vernaculars. Kanina po may binabanggit si Dr. Fermin, ano po, kulang po talaga tayo dun sa social preparation po. No? Kaya nagulat din yung mga nanay natin po no, sa field. Develop pertinent curricula and readily accessible printed and online learning resources with the assistance of pedagogy experts and with the participation of the relevant cultural communities. Again, we acknowledge that the MTBML implementation may have some flaws. I'm sorry for using the word, no, the term. Context po, no? The implementation may have some flaws and limitations, and we advocate, no, for an open discussion of these concerns, such as the one being initiated by the respective basic education committees of both houses of Congress. But an outright suspension is not the sole option, as it would serve as a handy justification for not carrying out a program with good intentions. The cultural identity that is primarily represented in our mother tongue is an important part of our individual personality and collective identity as Filipino people. That prohibiting young pupils from learning in their native language. The continued presence of Filipino and mother tongue subjects in our educational system serves as a reminder of who we are as Filipinos. And the state, especially our public education system, is constitutionally mandated to maintain, promote, and further enrich heritage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Benjo. Mr. Rodriguez of the National PTA Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for the opportunity. And okay, sa akin. Okay. Is na lang, no? Okay, sampai kabila. Reality speaks, no? Okay, in every study, it purpose. So we can look at the result of the MTB before MLE implemented, no? Okay. History before implementation. Okay, in our generation, we had produced lawyers, educators, and then politicians. So wala pa tayong no. And then what's happening now? Okay. With this study, with this, okay, this is one of the call this region is more effective that was proven, no? So they requested the Filipino. So doon natin makikita, no? Cost of having MTB and MLE, no? Number one is preservation, sa nakikita namin, no? It's more needed and it's the comprehension. Our first language is Filipino, and then automatic English, no? Should be applied with the C generation. Okay, we are now in the C generation. Okay, we have the social media. But I try to teach myself and also my kids. No, the number one problem here in our what's happening now. Most parents, unlike the the majority, for example, the population of parents now within our ranks, most of them are about 40% of us don't know the importance of education. So ang ano namin dito sa MLE, and I will pass my after, and then I have here, hindi ko lang mabasa. So, nagkaiba-iba kasi, So, we will send it to you, So, sa aming po mga parents, almost 30% lang po yung talagang active sa mga school. Like, during COVID times, hirap po kaming magturo sa mga bata. So, dito ngayon, ang ating mga, siguro may apply natin yung what's happening with the C generations, where TV, social media, and so now ang po dito makikita niyo po ang mga games English. Okay. This is one of the ito po yung mga bata na talaga po ngayon tumitingin, wala po nakalagay diyan na yung ating mga MTB, MLE. So yun po yung ating tignan. So I just pass my po, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Yung mga parents talagang very few are active sa PTA namin. Lalo na pag sinisingil na ng butaw. Wala na hong pumupunta sa mga PTA meeting. Yeah, but thank you for
we're changing the face of PTA po, sir.
pero bawal yata ang butaw, I think there's a DepEd order na bawal. Oo. We actually have two more resource persons, and we decided to allow them to participate via online. They sent us their research papers, and after going through the research papers, we decided that it's going to be beneficial for the committee to record their comments and to capture the idea of their research, the results of the research. So we'll call on Dr. Gino Sumalinog of the Cebu Normal University, and then later on Dr. Rosario Alberto of the Guimaras State University. So later on they can we'll allow them to participate through Zoom. Let's Dr. Gino, do you have any PowerPoint presentation, or you'll just go straight to your comment?
I will just read what I've written here, sir, if it's okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow resource persons, and everyone present on-site and online. The mother tongue implementation for kinder and grades 1 to 3 may be beneficial to many, but not in the case of the informants, which I found through the qualitative research that I conducted among the parents. However, if modifications to the language and proper implementation can be done at the earliest time possible, then continuing the implementation will still do good. In my study, I interviewed parents whose children are English speaking. And according to the parents, the implementation of the MTB MLE has been very challenging to the learners.
So sorry, Doctor, can you repeat that? Kasi it's a very crucial comment, but you got choppy. Can you repeat that 1 minute back?
Yes, sir. The mother tongue implementation for kinder and grades 1 to 3 may be beneficial to many, but not in the case of the informants, which I found through the qualitative research which I conducted among the parents. However, if modifications to the language and proper implementation can be done at the earliest time possible, then continuing the implementation will still do good. In my study, I interviewed parents whose children are English-speaking learners. According to the parents, the implementation of the MTB MLE has been very challenging to the learners. Parents observed that the children cannot understand the Cebuano language because it's an old variation of Sinubuanong Binisaya. Some Cebuano words used in the learning materials are not even understandable to the parents, so tutoring their children is also very impossible. In short, English-speaking children are required to learn using the Sinubuanong Binisaya. I'm referring to the content. They are forced to learn the content using the Sinagbuanong Binisaya when in fact they speak English. Second, the mother tongue is too much to learn because students are not just learning the content but also learning the language. Obviously, the language is in itself a problem. Parents would still
Dr. Gino, uh, to participate physically because internet connections is sometimes unreliable. The first hearing we conducted and it was very difficult, especially on a topic such as mother tongue, which is complicated and technical. No. While waiting for Dr. Gina, we'll call on Dr. Gina later on. Dr. Alberto from Guimaras State University, are you still there with us?
Yes, I'm still here, Chairman Gatchalian.
Yes, go ahead po, ma'am. Do you want to present or will you just read your position paper?
I'll just read my presentation because I'm making this presentation at Guimaras State University, and this is located in the picturesque island of Guimaras. Our internet connection here is not very good. We have to go to the mainland if we want to have a very clear presentation. But right now, we are trying to make this presentation as briefly as possible so we can take advantage of the efficient internet that our internet connection right now. This is quite clear now. Now, our study is on issues and challenges in teaching mother tongue-based multilingual education in grades 2 and 3. The paper determined the issues and challenges faced by teachers in the 4 skill areas, namely reading, writing, speaking, and listening, as well as the advantages and disadvantages of teaching mother tongue. Is it clear, Chairman?
Yes, sir. Coming in clear po.
Okay, good. I am now going to the findings. The findings show our study utilized the qualitative approach, and the data collection consisted mainly of focus group discussions, intensive interviews, and participant observation. The findings showed that the issues raised by the respondents for listening focused on the unavailability of audio materials. I'll repeat that. The issues raised by the respondents for listening discussion focused on the unavailability of audio materials that can strengthen the listening skills of the students. Okay? The challenges then is the limited Hiligaynon vocabulary of the teachers themselves and their unfamiliarity of the words in Hiligaynon. You see, Hiligaynon is supposed to be the mother tongue. But the language being used in our host household is basically Ilonggo. I'll give an example. 11, that number 11 is napulog isa in Hiligaynon. Our household term for 11 is 11. One word. In Hiligaynon, napulog isa. There's a big difference there. So teachers themselves are quite unfamiliar with the Hiligaynon terms. As a result, they have very limited vocabulary of Hiligaynon. One of the reasons is that, the challenge for them, therefore, is that they should have more audio materials to develop listening skills of the students, which is not available. And as for speaking, the respondents find it hard to speak fluently in Hiligaynon. The challenge, therefore, is that teachers previously taught the different subjects using the second language, which is English. In short, teachers are more familiar using English as a medium of instruction rather than Hiligaynon with their limited vocabulary in this mother tongue of Hiligaynon. Now, how about reading? As to reading, the respondents have problems on the limited reading materials available for teaching. The issue is understanding profound Hiligaynon terminologies is a challenge to the teachers. Then, for writing, the respondents lack resources which could enhance their writing skills. The challenge, therefore, in spelling of the Hiligaynon lies in the fact that some words are long and difficult to spell. Again, example, in Hiligaynon, 50, again, the number 50 is napulo, limak ka napulo. In Ilonggo, it's just 50. So there's a big difference. On the other hand, the teaching of mother tongue revealed, well, what are the advantages in using the mother tongue? The advantage in teaching and using mother tongue is that the learners were able to express their thoughts and ideas, resulting in high participation in class discussions. So learners become independent in their choice of expression, and the use of mother tongue facilitates in explaining the meaning of some English words. The disadvantages, however, are all linked to the, first of all, scarcity of instructional materials, which hinder the enhancement of the reading, listening, speaking, and writing skills of the learners. Added to this is the lack of training to prospective teachers to teach mother tongue. So these are the issues and challenges, advantages and disadvantages in the teaching of mother tongue in MTB MLE. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Alberto. Masarap po ang mangga dyan sa Guimaras. Matamis.
Opo.
Sharing with us your findings. We'll go back to Dr. Sumalinog of Cebu Normal University. Sir, how's your connection?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. May I know if I'm audible this time?
Yes, you're audible, but a little choppy. So you can probably repeat your statement. I think you're on and off. Can you hear us? You're very choppy, Dr. Gino.
Okay, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah. Can you turn off the video so that your bandwidth will improve?
Yeah. Okay,
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Better. So just maybe backtrack a little bit from your statements.
Yes, sir. The mother tongue implementation
Nako.
for grades 1 to 3 may be beneficial to many, but not in the case of the informants, which I found through the qualitative research that I conducted among the parents. However, if modifications to the language and proper implementation can be done at the earliest time possible, then continuing the implementation will still do good. In my study, I interviewed parents whose children are English-speaking learners. According to the parents, the implementation of the MTB-MLE has been one very challenging to the learners. Parents observed that the children cannot understand the Cebuano language because it's an old variation of Sinagbuanong Binisaya. Second, some words used in the learning materials are not even understandable to the parents, so tutoring is also very impossible. In short, The English-speaking children are required to learn using the Sinugbuanong Binisaya language. Second, the mother tongue is too much to learn because students are not just learning the content, but also learning the language. Obviously, the language is in itself problem. Parents would still need to translate the language in Cebuanong Binisaya cannot be used in their children's employment future. Personally, as a fact Cebu Normal University handling MTBMLE courses, I had a chance to review the learning materials used by DepEd through the modules and books from the private schools. I discovered that most of the terminologies are very hard to understand by myself and by
Dr. Gino, I think your
time.
internet
So
connection
if the
is
state still wishes,
your internet connection is very choppy. So may we
yes, sir.
ask you to submit to us the position paper?
Yes, sir, I will, sir.
But yeah, we'll communicate with you offline as to how to capture your statements and put it into our records. So, but thank you for staying with us. We'll communicate with you offline because it's very difficult to understand. So with that, we've been here for 5 hours. No?
Yes, sir.
Kaya pa ba? Kaya pa. I've listed 50 questions pero tatlo pa lang na-check ko. So, uh, no, but kidding aside, it's really, to be honest about it, I'm also learning from all of you. And my takeaway now is, and of course, from stakeholders, that I think in theory, a lot of people appreciate what MTB or what the mother tongue intends to do. I think I've that's what I gathered from our hearing, even the statements of Dr. Carino. But appreciate the intention, different worlds, no? And I think we all agree that the implementation is far from what we desire, no? And if we don't implement it the way we wanted to implement, the persons who will be they're the ones receiving the lessons that should be taught in mother tongue. So my concern is really what the learners are, what the impact to our learners, and whether our learners are actually developing the skills and the academic requirements that they need to develop. We haven't talked about that yet, for now. So I think if we start talking about all of those, we'll take another 12 hours to finish. So we'll end here. For now, we'll have another hearing next week. We'll advise you more or less about that. Will be about Monday, same time, but we'll give you the exact time. But I really appreciate your patience and your time. No, I know all of you are busy. All of you are have other responsibilities, but you really dedicated yourself to educate this committee, to educate this representation, and also to educate the other people. We're still in the process of culling out more information and data and understanding deeply the rationale of this method. So with that, we'll suspend the hearing today and we'll have another hearing next week. Hopefully, last na ho yun. No, hopefully. But you can't squeeze 10 years of implementation into a few hearings. No, that's close to impossible as well. No, so we're trying to elicit and to get more information from all of you, so that will make an educated and well informed and well established recommendation. No? So this hearing is hereby suspended. Thank you very much for your time. Maraming salamat po.